We're going to get started. So I'm going to call the Palo Alto City Council regular meeting to order for Monday, December 11th, 2023. Will Madam Clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we'll go to agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
Mayor, you have no changes to your agenda this evening?
Thank you, City Manager Shikara. Next item is public comments on items that are not on our agenda.
No hands are raised and there are no requests to speak.
Thank you. And that concludes public comments. Next, we have council member questions, comments, and announcements. And yes, council member Burt.
I just wanted to share with folks, I may have mentioned it initially last meeting, but the MTC will be reviewing the regional transportation measure at their board meeting in January. Related to that is discussion that has been part of the polling that MTC took and discussion at the BART board meeting about the prospect of BART, they call it merging with Caltrain, but Caltrain is not supportive of this concept, so I would describe it as a hostile takeover concept. And our local legislators have all come forward in support of not proceeding with that idea at this time. And so I just wanted to share that important element to folks. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, council member Burt. And you said it's Caltrain that's not receptive.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other lights from council members so I'm going to close council member questions, comments, and announcements, and we'll move to the consent calendar. Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk? We do.
Our first speaker is Gary J.
Hi, my name is Gary Johnson. I'm with the Claim Companies, and we are the developers of the 3150 El Camino Real project. We've been working closely with city staff on this project and are really excited about it. We also appreciate city staff's time and effort in working with us so that our project complies with the El Camino Real focus area zoning. But we haven't been able to resolve a number of issues that I want to make clear to you this evening and request that this item be removed from the consent calendar. The requested changes are 1, in table 3, the step back height that applies on the front facade. We are asking that it be increased to 59 feet rather than 55 feet. And this allows for adequate plate heights on each story. Number 2, on table 3 in the focus area zoning, we are requesting a 4.5 FAR instead of 4.0. And this reason is because the way FAR is measured, our FAR is increasing in order to meet other development standards related to the zoning. We're not adding any above ground usable floor area to the project. And if we were forced to comply to a 4.0 FAR, this would require a significant reduction in housing units. And then number 3, clarify, we need clarity actually on this note, table 3, note 4, with regard to a diversity of housing types. and that the facade must be either a maximum of 250 feet long, or if longer than 250 feet, must have a massing break in the middle. The massing break requirement is part of the objective standards within the city. And so this is not addressed in the El Camino Real zoning right now. It would require 2 separate buildings, actually, as it's currently written. We're just asking that there be a massing break that we have shown on our plans. And so the reason would be, if we were to have to build 2 separate buildings, this would significantly reduce our units and make the project financially infeasible. So we're requesting that this be discussed further and this item number 6 be removed from the consent calendar. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on items on the consent calendar.
Thank you. Is there any council member comments or no votes that they want to register? I am going to go ahead and register no votes on 4, 5, and 6. Thank you. I see Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will vote no on item 6.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I'd like to try to pull number 6. If there's someone else or a few others that might second that.
Vice Mayor Stone.
I'll pull 6.
Okay, so Councilmember Lowing.
Excuse me. I'd like to pull number 6.
Okay, very good.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry. When I said no, I meant I wanted to vote to pull number 6.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Is Councilmember Tanaka's light still on? That's it, right? All right. So we have 1, 2, 4 to pull item number 6. I am just registering a no vote. City Manager Shikara,
Yes,
could you take a question from Vice Mayor Stone?
certainly.
I know we have sorry, it's a little out of order, but I know we have a timeline of January 31st to be able to make the changes to the zoning code for the housing element. Can you speak to the timeline by pulling this item?
I will give you a partial response to that, which is we certainly would not be in a position to hear it tonight. And as such, would need to confer with staff and see if this is something we could bring back to you next week. It would require an amended agenda, probably some juggling of what's already on your agenda. But Vice Mayor, to your point, this is a time-sensitive item, so we'd like to see what we can do to bring it back to you as quickly as possible.
Okay, you completed does that help your question? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Koo, we do need a motion.
Oh, yes,
So moved.
second.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Could you amend shouldn't the motion say to approve agenda items 1 through 5?
You are correct.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Mayor Koo.
Yes,
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries
Thank you. So item number 6 is pulled from consent, so we won't speak to it. I don't have to speak to my no vote on 6, right? Because it's pulled. Okay.
You have another opportunity to do that when it comes back.
On item number 4, I voted no because I'm not really sure if the license, if there are no licenses, then other recovery costs for the impacts of these carts and all the other peddlers and etc. So I think that it bears a discussion in public so that merchants also know what to expect when there's this added ability for people to open up a business. Number 5, I think that, the extension is a little bit too long. Developers should get all of their needs done within the allotted time, and it should not be a citywide allowance. It should be case by case. Okay, and so that concludes consent item. The consent calendar.
Yes.
We'll close that and we'll go to city manager comments.
Oh. Since I just made my iPad go to sleep, I'm gonna look over here. So City Clerk, thank you for your assistance. Next slide, please. All right, first off, wanted to note, as I mentioned, I believe last week, that we will be holding our first, what we expect to be annual test of our emergency alert system for Palo Alto registered phones. And that will occur this Thursday, December 14th at noon. Do want to use it as an opportunity to ensure that members of the community receive these alerts and that are registered in a way that they would like. Please check our cityofpaloalto.org/news, our homepage, as a way to get further information, as well as you can go to alertscc.com to sign up. Next slide, please. Also, upcoming activities for the holidays. Want to note in particular, last week mentioned the Midtown Business District is putting together a program. We have further details on that program, including the Business District scavenger hunt that is happening this week that will end and culminate at an event at Mike's Diner on Saturday. More information on this event is provided at our Uplift Local site. So upliftlocal.org/events will take you to specific information about both the scavenger hunt and the event. Next slide, please. And as we have for the last few years, we are once again doing the holiday decorating contest for residents as well as businesses around town. So it's an opportunity to register yourself or a neighbor for the holiday contest. There are prizes and as well as bragging rights. I think that may be the most valuable prize of all, but nonetheless, a great event. If you, and I actually heard this today, if you happen to be passing by a home, you say, wow, that's just a fantastic decoration. Would really hope that they register. Feel free to share with them this site, cityofpaloalto.org/decorating contest. Again, it's open to both residences as well as businesses. Next slide, please. Then want to note that previously had mentioned that the survey and the graphical interactive map for our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan was ending on the 30th of November. Well, it's actually now been extended through the end of this month, through the end of December. And so members of the community can fill out a survey as well as tag, indicate locations for areas that they'd like to provide feedback at cityofpaloalto.org/bikepedplan. Next slide, please. Then looking forward to next year, or does it say that? But looking forward to 2024, January 20, actually, oh boy, this is a piece to remember. January 24th in 2024, 6 p.m. at Mitchell Park will be our really first experience in doing a pretty innovative planning effort with the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo University team working on developing a corridor visioning plan and opportunity for a workshop on January 24th at Mitchell Park. Information described here, and we will be providing more information as the date gets closer. Next slide, please. Let's see if this city clerk's a little busy right now. Multitasking as always. Then finally, looking forward to the next council meetings. Let's see, we have scheduled next week a study session on the Homer property, as well as action items related to University Avenue Streetscape Concept Plan and the council's procedures and protocols. Now, as was just noted with the pulling from consent of the zoning ordinance, we will look at whether we could bring that back next week as well. Looking forward to January. Your first meeting is on the 8th of January. That's the annual reorganization meeting. And then your first business meeting will be on Tuesday, January 16th, which will be your first business meeting for the year. It's actually not a regular meeting. It's a special meeting, given that it will be a Tuesday following the Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day holiday. And we have two items queued up there for your action agenda, including the tree ordinance, as well as the Tesla utilities agreement. And that completes my report this evening. Back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you, City Manager Shikara. So our next item is actually our break. Does council members want to take the break or do that after our first action item? All right, thank you. So our first action item is legislative. It's adopt ordinances amending Planned Community Ordinance 2343 for 2901 to 2905 Middlefield Road and establishing a separate planned community zoning designation for 702 Ellsworth Place to enable the development of a new single-story, single-family residence. Director Late.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. We just need one moment here to get the slide deck up. And then Ms. Amy French will make the presentation.
Good evening. I'm Amy French, Chief Planning Official. This application seeks to amend prior legislative action to reflect the current status and ownership of the different properties. The Planning and Transportation Commission held 3 public hearings recommending an amendment to the existing planned community at 2901 Middlefield Road and establish a new PC zone for development of a single-family home at 702 Ellsworth Place. Next slide. The applicant offered to increase Ellsworth Place to 24 feet during that process with the PTC, who then recommended 26 feet in width in an attempt to address the Ellsworth neighbors' concerns. The owner of 702 Ellsworth seeks a 3-foot tall see-through fence pulled back at the corner, and the Planning and Transportation Commission had recommended a limitation to 1 foot. The neighbors asked the Planning and Transportation Commission for the increase to 26 feet because of their concerns about visibility and to facilitate deliveries. Next slide. This is a graphic depiction of the rezoning requests. Nitin Handa is the 702 parcel in blue, and Rich Dewey is the larger Middlefield apartment building property in orange. Next slide. On September 18th, Council had continued the hearing with the motion on the screen. On the table, we had this agendized for November 6th. That was not able to occur, so it was postponed until this date. Next slide. The PC ordinances that were attached to the report modified that street width to 26 feet wide with an easement. The applicant is not in acceptance of that. The sign warning trucks to, over 24 feet in length, the delivery trucks, that this was a street that would not accommodate that. And to have a loading zone on Sutter Avenue, and to relocate the communication pole to enable a parking space, number 16, after strengthening the pole next to 705 Ellsworth. After the November 6th packet was published, staff received and reviewed the applicant's proposal for a tandem space to avoid the pole bracing adjustment and pole relocation. Staff discussed this internally, and the Office of Transportation concluded that while the 20-foot backup space is a little tight, it's an existing condition on Ellsworth Place where residents do use the existing 20-foot width to back up from their driveways. So staff believes that this is a viable alternative. Next slide. After the November 6th packet was published, council also received correspondence from a business concerned about the Sutter Avenue parking demand, as well as a proposal from an Ellsworth neighbor to relocate parking space 16 and the pole to place a delivery space alongside Ellsworth Place, as well as a request for an adjustment to the fence at 702 Ellsworth by the applicant, Newton Honda. Next slide. So our staff recommendation is to continue with adopting the ordinances in the packet, which gives some wiggle room for the issue of the parking space and the pole. That concludes staff's presentation. There is an applicant. I know it's early, but yeah, it was advertised to start at 6:20.
If that's the case, then maybe we should take a break and give them time to arrive. I think a public comment is also on their way.
We have a separate presentation.
Councilmember Burke?
Yes, I'm fine with that because I don't want folks to think they were going to be here. I went back to our agenda and I think that we have a note that time estimates are estimates only, but we may want to reiterate that other places in the agenda, because unless they read it on the cover page, people start taking it too literally, more literally than we intended. So just a comment.
Right, thank you. So we will come back in about 10 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Lythcott-Hames.
I'm just wondering if there's an item that we could pull up that is less likely to be of interest. Our holidays?
Yes,
Okay,
City
all right.
Manager Shikata.
Yes, thank you for the suggestion. Number 9 might be a suitable item to take on, which is the annual council calendar.
Okay, so what is the formality on this? I can just move it up. Since item 7, not everybody has arrived yet for it, including the applicant themselves, we will put that on hold for the time being and move item number 9 to be heard now. Item number 9 is adopt a resolution establishing the council annual calendar of meetings, breaks, and council events for the calendar year 2024.
Good evening, City Council.
Oh, are you
Well,
Madam Clerk?
I'm just introducing it. So before you tonight is the 2024 calendar for the City Council meeting dates and vacation dates. It's a fairly easy item with no staff presentation. According to our municipal code, the council must adopt by resolution your summer and winter breaks that we have outlined for you. So we're also proposing some other alternate meeting dates for special meetings, as well as event dates to help you better plan for your 2024. And also for better public engagement laying out the meeting. So of course, it's subject to change, but if you have any questions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. City Manager, City Attorney, anything to add that you would like to add?
No further comments. Stand by for your discussion.
Okay, very good. Let's go to public comments first.
No requests to speak and no hands are raised for item number 9.
All right, thank you so much. We'll bring it back to council members. Are there any comments or questions for staff? Councilmember Lowing?
I think this is the appropriate time to raise this question, but on the calendar, it shows no council committee meetings in January. And I'm wondering if that can be shortened at all, because it means that after the reorganization on the 8th, it still goes another almost 4 weeks before committees get going. So it's just a question.
Okay. Can we hear what Councilmember Burt has to say? It might be related.
Yeah, this is actually an issue that I share your concern on. We've had years where we elect the mayor and then we go through a process of several weeks of getting input from council members on boards and commissions that they and committees that they'd like to serve on. And then the mayor has to kind of sort all that out. And it usually takes till the latter part of the month before that's resolved. We have next week our procedures and protocols. And one thing that I'm going to be proposing at that time is that until new committees are appointed, the composition of the old committee can continue and hold meetings in January and to try to address the very issue that you're concerned with. So
That works. Thank you.
yeah, and what it means is that we'd have to revise this schedule once that's resolved. That sound right?
I don't see any other lights, but I did want, oh, city manager, no, you have your light.
Perhaps just worth, well, I think I can comment on that point next week when the procedures and protocols come up. I was just going to note that you do have a unique situation this year or this coming year with all of the council members continuing. In odd years, you would typically have some transition. So it is a unique opportunity.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes, and under that same theme, our current protocol is that the mayor serves as the substitute member for committees if there is not a quorum. And so that would be able to occur presumably in future years where we might have a high turnover. And frankly, if we couldn't have a quorum either way on a given committee, we're still better off than we are right now by being able to probably hold as many as possible. So there may be circumstances where we still couldn't hold wanted meetings in January's if you had a big turnover of the council. But I think this would be deal with 80% of the problem. And then I had one other question. We have in our June meeting, we have June 17th, which I assume is planned for the final budget meeting, and then an underline of June 24th as a possible fourth Monday meeting. Historically, on the budget, if we needed an extra night, we've used the next Tuesday night. And so I wanted to ask colleagues if they'd rather do that, and then we'd have clarity and people, if anybody was intending to go on vacation once the council had no more meetings, they know an answer now rather than having to wait until June 17th to find out.
Councilmember Lescott-Hames.
So Councilmember Burt, are you saying that the continuation of the budget discussion on the 17th would be the only reason to have a subsequent meeting on the 24th?
Not the only one, the most likely one. right? I'm turning to the city manager. Historically, there have been other occasions where maybe the budget consumes so much of what we need to get done on the 17th that there even times where it was the 18th or the Tuesday after that final meeting might be for other items that we couldn't get on the 17th. But it's that end of the fiscal year meeting, wrap-up stuff that has often needed a second meeting on the Tuesday. Or I should say that we often agendize as a placeholder in case we need it. And it doesn't mean that we always use it, but we pencil it in too. So that's been kind of the norm. It's our, flexibility. I just wanted to put that out there for consideration.
Did that answer your question, council member? Okay, very good. And I don't see any other lights. Okay.
Actually, I did want to just note one comment with respect to the January committee meetings, that production of staff reports can be a bit of a challenge during the holidays, given the 2 weeks typically that we have the packet out in advance of the committee meeting itself. So I think we can look at the specifics of when meetings are scheduled and accommodate it accordingly, but just wanted to highlight that for your awareness.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Heems.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Different question. I note on packet page 324 that it says modifications proposed to regular meeting dates are based on 4 different criteria. Number 2, it says local election days, which fall on the first Tuesday of the month in November in even number years. And past practice has included the rescheduling of committee meetings that fall on Palo Alto election night. I take that to mean that the primary election on March 5th, which falls on a Tuesday, and for which a finance committee meeting is scheduled, could conceivably be rescheduled because it is a California primary election.
So I believe the answer is yes. It could be rescheduled accordingly.
Great, thanks.
Well, since you said March 5th, then you have to look at November 4th as well, which is a council meeting.
Indeed.
Actually, I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about the Tuesday, weren't we? That would
Oh,
be
so
Well,
November.
November
Tuesday,
5th.
the 5th is a finance committee meeting, which is the primary.
So
I believe, Madam
We
Mayor,
So
accounted for that.
election
November
day would
4th
be
is
November
Monday. Yeah,
5th,
okay,
yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I
So
withdraw
if
that.
it's pleasure of the council, I think we could delete that March 5th reference already, assuming that I'm tracking correctly.
Well, I think you decide that finance needs 2 meetings and they have to be bumped to accommodate 2 in March, or finance only needs 1. I'm not sure that we can resolve that now.
Agreed.
Oh,
May I say,
Councilmember Byrd.
I meant to say one more thing about
Oh,
Councilmember
please.
Burt's suggestion that we hold, I just went straight to my calendar and held it. Forgot we hadn't decided, that we block Tuesday, June 18th as the potential wrap up of whatever we are discussing on the 17th, rather than having the optional council meeting on June 24th. I would be in favor of that proposal.
Councilmember Byrd. Vice Mayor Stone.
Yeah, I really like Councilmember Burt's suggestion, and it's always kind of a challenge to plan around that last day, and so I'd support that.
I don't see any more lights. And with that, does someone want to make a motion? With the caveat of
I
the items that
move
we
the
discussed.
calendar as amended.
With which amendments, maybe better state?
Oh, should we specify those?
Mhm. Elimination of March 5th, 2024 to be rescheduled to another day,
Yep.
and to add June 18th and eliminate June 24th.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Lowing, seconded by Councilmember Burt. Would you like to speak to it?
No, I'm good.
Madam Clerk, when you're ready, you can take the vote.
So Councilmember Lowing moved and Councilmember Burt seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
Fine here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Did you need to call? So you have Councilmember Vinker also, right? Noted?
Yes. Or,
As absent.
She's absent. Okay,
Yeah.
as absent. Okay. And okay, now we can go on a break. We'll be back at in 10 minutes, 6:17. Thank you. continue item number 7, which is to adopt our ordinances amending Plan Community Ordinance 2343 for 2901 to 2905 Middlefield Road and establishing a separate Plan Community zoning designation for 702 Ellsworth Place to enable the development of a new single-story, single-family residence. And I think staff had completed their presentation.
Yes, and we do have the applicants here. We did have a member of the applicant team here earlier, but not all members of the team. And so we do have members for the presentation, and it's ready to be presented.
Okay, thank you. How many minutes? 10? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, sir.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, members of the council, Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. Nitin Hand actually wanted to go first, but he is still not here. So I said I would go ahead and proceed. So he may come in on my tail, okay? I'm joined tonight by Richard Dewey, my client with RLD Land, and Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation is on Zoom, as is Camus Steinmetz. So this is our 7th scheduled hearing for this item. Next, do you have my slide? Next slide, please. At the September council hearing, there was a motion made on the table to resolve this zoning error, and then the hearing was continued. The motion included requirements which we do not support, that being a 26-foot wide Ellsworth easement and a 12-inch fence for 702 Ellsworth. Next slide. Regarding the 26-foot Ellsworth easement, our team has offered a 24-foot easement consistent with the staff report for the September hearing, and we do not support increasing the easement by an additional 12 inches on the 2901 side. Mr. Handa has 2 options on his side. In fact, our transportation consultant has stated that the existing 20-foot is adequate for two-way traffic, emergency vehicles, and he fears that increasing the width will encourage higher vehicle speeds and compromising safety, I think. Next slide. The City of Palo Alto Transportation Department actually concurred with Hexagon's analysis. So the proposed ordinance for 2901 should state a 30-inch additional easement on the 2901 side, and that's what I'm showing here in blue, and not the 42 inches. Next slide. I was going to say, however, after you just heard from Mr. Handa, but he's not here, but Mr. Handa has offered 2 options for Ellsworth width on his side. Next slide. Well, this is I'm sorry, back one. Yeah, option A in the dark dotted black line offers an additional 12 inches to Ellsworth, making it 25 feet wide in exchange for 36-inch high wrought iron fence. And the next slide shows that photo depiction. That would be 12 inches extra, so 25 foot wide. Next slide. Option B would still maintain a 24-foot easement, but this offers no increase, but it angles the fence at the corner at Middlefield. You can see there the dark black line again angles the fence, and the next slide shows the depiction of that. We believe Mr. Handa should be allowed a 36-inch tall fence as permitted in the standard 35-foot site triangle, and as enjoyed by other properties on Middlefield. A 36-inch fence located 4 feet back from the sidewalk is actually downhill from the sidewalk, and many of you have been out there already, you know that, and would make the fence only 27 to 30 inches higher than the sidewalk. If you were to compare, a 12-inch fence would be between 3 inches and 6 inches, coffee cup, and that makes no sense. The home needs some sense of privacy, and we think a 36-inch fence makes sense, and it's still safe. Next slide. Regarding the temporary delivery space suggested by staff, we believe the temp loading space, as endorsed by Hexagon, shown here in green on the upper part of the slide, is the best solution for small trucks, combined with the staff solution, which shows for larger trucks over on Sutter. And we would post a sign on Ellsworth restricting the size of trucks that could be there. We agree to take care of these conditions at our expense. We have also been informed that, and seen, in fact, that some trucks park on Middlefield regardless to make deliveries on Ellsworth. And in fact, I think truck drivers are probably going to do whatever they do, despite all of our best efforts to try to plan for them tonight. Next slide. The communications pole discussed in the staff report is a big issue. Since the last hearing, planning staff was able to meet with the utilities department at the site and concluded that to make the parking space number 16 work, that's fine, functionally, the utility pole would need to be relocated due to a pole brace at the bottom shown with those arrows there. Relocating this pole is not an option for us due to the complexities, the uncertainties, the involvement of the next pole in line, as well as the cost that that would entail, unless the city wants to pay for the relocation of that. We had assumed that the pole brace could be relocated and removed, but we never received contact back from City of Palo Alto Utilities until staff was able to get them. Brace relocation might be possible, but we developed another alternative for space number 16 that completely avoids the pole. Next slide. So on this slide here, we propose to create that new tandem space shown in red associated with one of the 4 two-bedroom apartments. Hexagon has reviewed and determined that this parking space configuration will work. Next slide. It is also just like the other spaces down Ellsworth, and I think staff talked about this tonight. We think this is the easy, no impact solution that still works. We request that the ordinance provide for options on this pole to either reconfigure the pole brace, which has unknown impact still, or just go with this option for how we handle that 4th parking space, and we get more landscaping. We don't take up any more landscaping. Regarding the linkage of 702 Ellsworth building permit that's discussed in the staff report and the draft ordinance to the pole resolution in the draft ordinance, should we proceed with the option of relocating the pole brace to accommodate space number 16 because of third-party approvals and requirements, we request that the issuance of the building permit not be coupled to the resolution and installation of the pole, and that Mr. Handa be permitted to get going on his building permit. He can be doing that simultaneously, and maybe at the end of the project, make sure that the work is done before his house is signed off. At the August 9th PTC hearing, Commissioner Heckman pointed out that the project's impact on Ellsworth Place is in fact beneficial, as it will improve the existing vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian safety of the intersection of Middlefield and Ellsworth and on Ellsworth Place by, and he cited 6 items: creating a 35-foot sight triangle at Ellsworth and Middlefield in both directions, widening the curb cut approach at Ellsworth and Middlefield by 4 feet to a total of 28 feet at the street flare, widening the curb cut approach to Ellsworth, and I can talk about the others later. Mr. Handa is actually here. There's time left if you want to present. Anyway, my conclusion is that in conclusion, a previously unknown city mapping area, that's why we're all here, was relied upon by all parties, city staff, RLD land, and Mr. Handa, and has resulted in a situation that can be easily rectified with this proposed PC amendment and increased safety in the neighborhood. I'd like to introduce Nitin Handa. He's the owner of 702 Ellsworth. He has a different slide deck.
Wait, so is this a different applicant? And so we have a 3-minute for him, or how many minutes? He's part of the applicant team, so it was at 2:30 then. Madam Clerk, if you can reset to 2:30, thank you. Three is fine. You can just leave it there. Go ahead, Mr. Honda.
Sure. Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm a little late. I had a little emergency to deal with in my family, so I got a little late. Amy, will you be sharing my slides? I see. Okay, perfect. So, in one of the proposal, it was suggested that we should not have anything more than 1 foot tall fence or anything beyond the orange line that you see here, the sight line. And, what that will do is that I have a 4-year-old son, and he can easily cross that 1-foot thing and go to Middlefield Road. That's going to make it very unsafe. And I'm going to lose a big chunk of the lot, what I've shown here in the red section that you see there. So what we are proposing is that we be allowed to put a fence 4 feet from the sidewalk, which probably I think will be shown in the next slide. Right, if you can just continue moving to the next slide. Yeah, so this is the kind of fence that we are proposing. It's extremely transparent. The proposal that, in fact, this was evaluated by the city transport department also, and they also suggested that we can put a fence 4 feet from the sidewalk, which still means I'm going to lose some lot there. And they said the fence should be somewhat transparent. What we are proposing is a completely transparent fence. This is as transparent as it can get. And this is going to be 4 feet from the sidewalk, like I mentioned. We are going to lose some lot, but that was the recommendation from the city transport department, to keep the fence 4 feet from the sidewalk. And so this is 3 feet tall fence, even though it is 3 feet tall, but since the lot slopes little low, so it's going to be even less than 3 feet tall. In return, we are offering 2 options here. If we can move to the next slide. Maybe even the next one, yeah. We can have so we are offering 2 options. One is that instead of, we give an additional 1 feet on Ellsworth side. We were initially proposing 18 inches, so I'm okay to make it 30 inches, which means more loss of lot for me. But yeah, just to make the things happen, that's one option. And second is, we probably, even though it's not seen here, maybe in one of the slides it's seen, we have a little notch on the corner. Hard to explain it from here, but a little notch on the corner, which is about 6 feet from the sidewalk, that gives more space to see through. Even though the fence is very transparent, there's nothing, it's not really blocking any see-through there. But we can offer a little notch on the side where the Ellsworth and Middlefield meets, and it gives more opening there to see through. So those are the 2 options. Again, this is very much in compliance with what the transport department has suggested. That's it from my side. So thank you.
Thank you. Staff, do you have anything else to add, or we can go into deliberations, questions?
Okay, yeah, so I think before deliberations, because it's been since November 6th, that we would go to public comment. And then, yeah, and then there's an opportunity for applicant rebuttal before deliberations.
All right. So as soon as Madam Clerk is done, we can go to public comments. Madam Clerk, if you stop taking comments after the first speaker finishes. And I do want to advise everybody that we're giving 3 minutes for each speaker. For the group, 10 minutes, but please know that we will be cutting it off at the time, at the exact time when we finish. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Paul Bigby.
Good evening. I don't know if you have the video. Great. All right. So I just want to provide a little bit of context as to what it's really like to live on Ellsworth. I know some of you have visited and you've been there and you've ridden up and down that slope, and I appreciate that. But those of us who live there, this is what we encounter in terms of actual commercial traffic. So if you want to start the video. So this is an 11 to 12 foot van. This is what you would normally expect to see. This is navigating that temporary fence that was hit repeatedly while it was up. I think it's important to remember this fence as we move into this next video in which we see a 14 to 18 foot FedEx truck. Now, this FedEx truck is having precisely the same difficulty. And it's important to note that many delivery services like UPS can only start in a forward motion, and they can't traverse driveways because of fear of breaking pavers and incurring those kinds of minor lawsuits or costs. On October 18th, we unfortunately had a gas leak at the end of Ellsworth, and all the personal rules of maintaining a clear street really paid off in this regard. As it was needing to egress back out onto Middlefield, needed quite a bit of space to actually get so that they could drive. Some people's estimates, I guess, large vehicles like this could get parked on Sutter. So, as you can see, they are finally able to manage this, but I just want you to think about that slope with a large fire engine having to back out. What kind of a danger that's going to present to the firefighters who might have to stand in the traffic. And finally, this happens, as you can imagine, every day, multiple times. Cyclists driving, riding down that slope. They don't notice that Ellsworth Place exists. They didn't, if you look at those in that video on those three children, they didn't even look right. They had AirPods on and they just rode on through. There's no marking there to discern that there's anything other than a sidewalk. So in conclusion, I would just urge you to consider the safety implications of this commercial traffic and keep PC 2343 intact. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen Van Fleet.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me again. My name is Kristen Van Fleet. I do have a slide deck, and if I can't finish the deck, we have another member of our neighbors to take over. So please go to the next slide. Let's start with, there have been many incorrect statements made in letterhead from attorneys and transportation and whatnot. This is the latest one, which said that this pole didn't exist. It did, it does. It shows on the survey that they reference, and it shows on Google Waybacks for 2008. This is the pole that is important. It came up in their discussion earlier, and it will come up again when we come up with our delivery solution that's approved by UPS. Next slide. The current plan has several problems. We've outlined this in an email to you. You've got a printout in front of you going over all of this. We're not trying to make this difficult on them. We're just trying to keep our neighborhood safe, and we've been at this since 2013. Their delivery space for small vehicles doesn't work. The 24-foot space on Sutter is too far away for use for our street. It only helps them move their tenants into their apartments, and it takes away parking on Sutter that's needed for the public. Parking 16 is not usable by the apartment tenants. I'll show you a slide of exactly why it's not. There's an insufficient line of sight to Matadero Creek. The 35-foot sight triangle cuts off the right where we need to see traffic and kids coming down the sidewalk. And the first 100 feet of Ellsworth Place will become significantly narrower than it is now, which is 21.5 feet at the opening and 26 feet over the parking lot, even if it's full of cars. Next slide. So the delivery space, this is one of their contractor trucks. This is just your standard Ford F-150 pickup truck. It's a little over 6.5 feet wide by 19 feet long, and you can see how it fits in the space. He can just get in there and open his driver's door. This is where they think a package delivery truck is going to park, and it won't fit there. It's too narrow. The UPS truck that you see in the corner there is 10 feet wide, and it will not fit in that space. Next slide, please. You've seen this slide before, and we'll just really quickly go through. Their backup plan requires their driveway to be empty. It requires using their pavered driveway, the pavered walkway of 4 feet. It requires the phone pole not being there. Their little map goes right through where that phone pole's listed. It just doesn't work. Next slide. And then, as we said, that Sutter is too far away to be serviceable for Ellsworth Place. If you walk from the end of Ellsworth Place all the way around and back, it's about a third of a mile. And they have already said they won't do it. We've asked. And they want to ban 24-foot trucks, but 24-foot trucks are moving vehicles. And as you saw, that Ford F-150 pickup truck's a 19-foot truck. So saying you're going to ban a shorter truck, a UPS truck is 14 feet. So saying you're going to ban a shorter truck, what does that constitute, right? What does that mean? You know, it's really unclear. And again, these 24-foot trucks are like you see when they move apartments and things. They would only be benefiting the apartments and not Ellsworth Place. Next slide. The stall parking that they're planning for space 16, I did a diagram on the ground to show exactly what that means. The existing space that it's going to be in front of is already too narrow per code, and so that car has to park basically on the line. The woman who is assigned to the parking spot next to it can't park in that lot or that spot because of the pole. She scraped her car on it more than once. And so she does, when she has parked there, she does this weird angling back right into where that space would be to get in and out of that space. So that makes that space completely unusable because it will block 2 carport spaces, not just the one. And it's also, I believe, 6 inches short at 17.5 feet. But if you have something like the Ford, F-150 pickup truck parking there that's 19 feet long, doesn't fit. So the back end would be then into the Ellsworth Place easement. Next slide. This is the proposed solution for UPS that they've approved. And UPS, as you know, has the safety standards of the industry for shipping. They train their drivers very well. They have rules in place where they are not allowed to take off going backwards. That's where more accidents happen. People get hit. They're only allowed to leave a parking space going forward. They are not allowed to use pavers or driveways to turn around, paver driveways or any driveway to turn around. So when UPS approves something, I would listen to it and take their recommendations. This place started off when Amy was on our street in February when we met. I believe it was February 24th, and she was like, "Hey, what if we put a delivery spot there?" It was meant as in passing. I took it further, came up with a plan, asked UPS, asked our driver who's been doing the route since the 90s. He said he could make this work. This requires making the road 26 feet wide all the way across the first 100 feet of the private property, plus the 11 feet of city property, which is the curb, landscape strip and the sidewalk. And you can see that yellow line would extend all the way down. And then it requires keeping the carport, behind the carports open, moving the pole and putting a delivery zone there. That's 26 feet wide, which is the minimum width for a private road. It can be maneuvered because the UPS driver would then turn towards the carports, back up towards the driveway, and then go forward and park in that location. And then he can leave forward. Any moving truck can fit there. Even if it's a little bit wider or goes into the street just ever so slightly, it's temporary. It's not causing a problem. It's not blocking traffic getting in and out. And the trucks can leave going forward, which makes it much safer going into Middlefield Road. Without a space on Middlefield Road, the trucks are going to come down. They're going to back up into Middlefield Road. Maybe they'll park on Middlefield Road on the overpass. They've done that before for Matadero Creek. If there's a bike lane there that's slated possibly for the future, they'll block that. They block our line of sight getting out. They'll block the line of sight getting out of Winter Lodge and out of the what was the Samyama parking lot. It's a lot of problem. So we have come up with a solution that fits a lot of criteria. It solves all the problems. It does not interfere with the footprint of his house. You can see that red line placement. That's the edge of what would have been his 4-foot wide pavers already planned to be paved. So instead of cobblestones, it's asphalt that we can actually use, and we can continue on. This is a PC. We don't see this as a taking, because it's keeping the safety in the neighborhood. And it's also not taking away public parking, taxpayer-funded public parking on Sutter, which is also desperately needed. It's full all the time. So it would be a solution that would solve a lot of problems. Next slide. We also found in the code, there's this driveway ramp that is exactly the condition we are seeing, which means when you go up Ellsworth Place to get out and you've got Matador Creek coming down, there's a double incline that's occurring. We could not find any other place in Palo Alto where this occurs. And in looking through the code, there's a site triangle that fits the situation that we have on the ground. If this site triangle is applied, even if it's applied at 20 feet back instead of 28, and it's open to the creek fence, which is where we're looking when we leave the Ellsworth Place Road, that solves it. And I brought this up with the Planning and Transportation Commission. Brina Chang said it was a quote unquote elegant solution. And then we heard from staff that they couldn't figure out how to record it correctly so that people would know what they were talking about. They said that a site triangle is 35 feet and that's what they know it to be. Well, 35 feet, please, next slide. 35 feet would cut off right where we need to see. He would have a 4-foot fence extending from that creek fence out towards the sidewalk, and then another 3-foot fence going down to where that 35-foot site triangle is. That will block our line of sight to the top of the creek, which is what we're looking at when we leave Ellsworth Place. That is where the sidewalk curves. That is where it starts to go down. That is where kids pick up speed and fly down that hill. That is that last bit of video that you saw. That's where the kids were coming from. And this is what we are trying to avoid. We've had too many close calls there already. Next slide. And as you can see, this is where we're looking in the same direction. You can't see that corner. This is right where you're basically looking out your car. There's no way to see where that corner is. And now he wants to put an even taller fence there than that is there. And we're just, no, it can't happen and the safety stay in place. Next slide. And this is misleading because you can see through this fence. It's nice and single solid color behind it. It's one layer of fencing. Look down the fence, you can't see through it, right? The bars get closer together and it becomes dark. Next slide. And this is more the scenario we'll have, which will be around a corner and up a hill. So it actually gets taller as you go towards Middlefield Creek, not lower like they were saying. And that means double the number of bars. And I will stop here and let my neighbor take over. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker, Jake M.
Hello. First off, I'd like to thank the council, the PTC, and the applicant. I think that we all have similar goals in the end, just for a safe and vibrant community. And so, yeah, just looking at the slide here, I think actually Christian summarizes pretty well. So can I go to the next slide, please? Right. So yeah, what are we actually, doing inside of the fence as far as the private property goes, and that we do think that something like an iron rod fence, it might be a little more aesthetically pleasing, but it might not actually get the safety that we're looking for. Next slide, please. So yeah, and this really is kind of the point that we're trying to make here is that maybe for someone like me, an adult man, I can be seen above that fence line that we're discussing. But then if you look in this photo on the bottom right, next slide, please. There was actually a very young person, it looks like a toddler on a bicycle there. And so I think that that's kind of what we're trying to emphasize is that there really is this sense of community that we're trying to protect. And that I think, if we're going to evaluate a PC again, we want to have everyone in mind, including the smallest of us. Next slide, please. And so, yeah, this is just what it's like to get in and out of the street. And that, I think that residents have gotten used to this where you have to pull into the sidewalk at Middlefield Road. And frankly, most times it's not an issue. And I just worry about, as n goes to infinity, when is it an issue? And if we start, increasing the risk of this intersection over time, are we increasing the risk of, people's lives and maybe even toddlers' lives like we saw in the last photo? So, we have to actually inch your car, so your tire is in the sidewalk to get decent visibility and feel safe getting into the road. And during the day, if it's quiet, that's okay. But if it's really active time of day when the kids are commuting and whatnot, or wearing earbuds and everything, I think the more visibility, the better for everyone involved. And so the next slide, please. And this is just a little depiction of kind of what we're getting at here is that, close calls are a relief when you slam on your brakes and nothing bad happens. But, we're looking at something for the next 50 years plus, hopefully, for the community. Next slide, please. And yeah, so this was just an image from that day in October the 18th when we had a fire truck visit the street because of a gas leak. And I think this just kind of visualizes what we're discussing here. And while the applicant does claim I think it was 24 feet 20 is wide enough, I think we can clearly see here that it is a concern for emergency vehicles getting in and out. And if we're going to reevaluate the PC, I just want to be sure that we can really be aware of what that looks like for our firefighters. And I will just note that they did a great job. They were able to navigate the street real well, and that, get in and out in a timely manner. Everyone was safe. But if there was cars parked where they're being proposed to be parked, it might not look so good. And then right, so actually that's just to clarify, that's what we're seeing here in the bottom right is it's okay maybe to park your car off to the side if you can still have full access of the street. And I think that's a 7-foot paver, not a 4-foot paver. Next slide, please. And yeah, so this is just looking at some other driveways right in our neighborhood on Middlefield Road. And it's really clear that they're not only wider, but also red lines so that folks can never park there, right? So if there's an emergency or for whatever reason people need to get in and out, like a gas leak, there'll never be cars parked for the ingress and outgress of that street on Middlefield Road. Next slide, please. And yeah, actually, here's just a couple more of these images that drive around the community. I think on the right is a relatively new construction, or at least to me it is, down on Alma Street. And you'll see there's these rumble strips that we have, and the other is on a school on the left. And this is why I talk about, visibility on both sides. And so something that we can think about is, what if there was more visibility for pedestrians and bicyclists, awareness that Ellsworth Place is there? I don't want to put all the onus solely on the applicant here, but this is an issue I think we can all look at, and maybe just better visibility for everyone can at least help. Next slide, please. And so yeah, this is just kind of a summary of what we've been talking about today. That first and foremost, UPS deliveries are increasingly important, or delivery trucks in general, and that we really have a major concern now that we will not be able to get deliveries on our street. And I think that's just a concern for, quality of life and maybe even property values, and which could end up being like property tax revenue down the road. And then just looking at the safety, which is most of the rest of the issues here, we want to be able to, effectively create a safe space for people to come in and out of Ellsworth Place. That the site triangle should be in reference to the one that we found in the code that goes up and down a hill and not just like a flat slope. And it is right in reference to the actual fence on the creek that we're trying to visualize on Manadero Creek. And then, yeah, just the last point that we just looked at is right. We want to make sure everything is as visible as possible for everyone, and clear no parking, and then that sort of tactile rumble strips. It really does help. I think I've seen it in many other communities, and we have it here in Palo Alto. And as someone who bikes and walks often, I at times can be careless too. And so I think having that visibility there, the bright yellow, really does help safety. Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker is William Ross.
Good evening, council, staff, members of the public. I represent certain residents previously designated in the record on Ellsworth. As there's been no change in the ordinances as were presented on November 6th, I think it's worthwhile noting the following critical legal concepts in evaluating the PCs before you. First of those is the PC section that requires consistency. I'd read it because I think it's apropos to two aspects, not only the consistency requirement and its analysis, not only in the staff report, but also in the ordinances, but it also bears on the issue of the type and kind of environmental analysis. A planned community zone shall be consistent with the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan and shall be compatible with existing and potential uses on adjoining sites or within the general facility, the general area, vicinity, excuse me. First of all, it doesn't say shall be consistent with one of the comprehensive plan elements. It says the comprehensive plan. I have to assume there was some wisdom in the drafting of that ordinance because the concept of consistency since 1972 has been consistent. What does it mean? When you evaluate something to be consistent, you look at it and ask this question. Is it consistent with the general plan if, considering all its aspects, it will further objectives and policies of the general plan and will not obstruct their attainment? That was first articulated in the first vision of the general plan guidelines, the second version, which are regulations, and in several cases, several of which involve charter cities. The point is, you can't cherry pick like the ordinance do the land use sections of the comprehensive plan. There has to be an analysis also, maybe quite obviously, of the transportation and circulation element and certainly public safety. It's noted that these findings have to be supported by public or by substantial evidence. In literally, and I think I'm correct on this, in literally every hearing on this matter before the Planning Commission or the City Council, there has been testimony by the neighbors, which under the Orofino case has been classified, it's been referenced several times, constitutes substantial evidence that there's an issue about traffic and circulation. Indeed, the prior speaker raised those specifically. There's also issues concerning land use. I would respectfully suggest there are also issues associated with public safety. So this is just not a nice inconvenience. This is a requirement of your own ordinance that's not fulfilled in either the ordinances or the staff plan that support going forward with either of the PCs. I think another issue that's important in considering this consistency analysis is how does it relate to the environmental analysis? Again, an exemption under CEQA is claimed to be applicable to the project. There are several reasons why this exemption's inappropriate. They're in the record, but I think it's worth summarizing tonight when you evaluate your decision. What are they? Is if there's any evidence that there's an impact on the physical environment. Here we've had evidence, substantial evidence, that there is impact on the physical environment. Where? Traffic and circulation, public safety, over and over and over again. So, this is not just a nicety. The case laws indicate that this is the case, right? It doesn't fit within the parameter of the exemption for single family homes. I think there's case law that's been cited that's applicable on this issue. I would also respectfully raise it this way. This has been a matter presented to staff since the last PC meeting. It's been before staff since your last meeting on November 6th. These are the kind of things that local agency attorneys and staff can address to come up with a comprehensive analysis of the general plan, utilizing the required elements in the comprehensive plan so that it's not just land use policies that are referenced in the proposed PC ordinances before you. Also applicable in the CEQA area is zone changes are time and time again since the beginning of CEQA classified as projects under CEQA. Staff might come back and say, well, there's still the question about whether they're exempt or not. Again, let's go back and look what the record says, right? The record says that the neighbors and your staff have raised issues by substantial evidence on that. That's a separate analysis than the land use considerations that are set forth in the proposed ordinances. It's not exempt. There should have been an initial study. Would it have been a negative declaration? I don't know. Going right along with this, like it or not, there's a public controversy. I would respectfully point out, and this goes to the third point of a fair public hearing, is Ellsworth didn't create this. This was the supposed result, as you read the applications, of a mapping error. Well, local agency attorneys, when they get a claim of a mistake by a local government, be it a county, be it a city, be it a general law city, be it a charter city, be it a special district. I think the risk analysis goes something like this. How long ago did this action occur? Was it more than 1 year? Was it more than 3 years? Was it more than 5 years? Those are the applicable statutes of limitation. The second question is, are there any immunities that are applicable in the Tort Claims Act? Well, there is an immunity that's applicable to ministerial actions, issuing a permit, confirming mapping. What is it? That the local agency is immune from either negligently approving it or not doing it. And that immunity is applicable to both the involved employee and the local entity itself. Finally, that bears on this issue of fair hearing. And I think, members of the council advanced this question at the last one. Is this matter fairly before you? I think I'd ask that question also honestly. And that goes back to the question about after the application was filed, one of the first things that came forward, and it wasn't presented by staff, of course, it was presented in response to a public records request, was a request by the principal planner on this project, the one that's before you tonight, to Kara Silver, the former deputy city attorney, who was working for the law firm that was representing the applicant. You can't unring that bell. Right? It's not cured by having that private firm substitute another hearing. Right? I would respectfully suggest that the people that are involved in this transaction for the application and for the respective PCs know what's going on in the real estate world. I think that plus the analysis of why wasn't there a risk assessment done lead to the conclusion that there isn't a fair hearing. It's like staff is an advocate for the applicants. I think the analysis set forth with respect to the failure to completely analyze consistency and on the CEQA issue bears that out. That would be my presentation for the record on the issue before you tonight, on the proposed ordinances, on issues that are very straightforward. Finally, I'd like to respond to the issue that there's a taking. First of all, I'd like to analyze the method in which that was presented. It was represented by a member of your planning commission who happens to also be a very skilled, competent, represented in his field lawyer. If there was a taking, right, and let's skip by his dual status for the moment, what was taken? Is there substantial evidence in the record to show that? But let's return to the status of that planning commissioner. Was he appearing before you as a planning commissioner making a recommendation, or was he appearing before you as a lawyer? My status is clear. Under the state bar, I'm required to say in a public hearing, I'm an attorney. I'm an attorney. The records indicated several places that I represent certain residents along Ellsworth. I think those are legal issues that are in the record that bear on your decision tonight. The residents didn't create this problem. I would respectfully request that you analyze these legal issues along with the substantial evidence that I've associated with them. Thank you.
Our next group speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members. Thank you very much for your concerns about the delivery truck problem and asking staff last time to look for a workable solution. As you've heard, the new proposal in the staff report unfortunately has a number of problems. First, it still doesn't allow normal-sized delivery trucks to park and turn around on Ellsworth. Two, the proposed delivery parking area on Sutter requires a delivery person to walk about 1/3 of a mile back and forth to the rear of Ellsworth, and the delivery company simply won't agree to do that. And finally, it takes away public parking spaces on Sutter, a crowded street needing every parking space it has, and the residents on Sutter don't need to bear the price of new development on Ellsworth. So the staff proposal, unfortunately, doesn't solve the problem you asked to be solved. It actually makes things worse. The good news is that there's a better approach. There's a drawing of it in the public comment section for this item under page 3, and you've seen one already also projected. The approach actually stems, as you heard, from comments made by staff and also the applicant's own architect. Back on a site visit in February, staff suggested that the telephone pole in Ellsworth closest to Middlefield, if it were removed, that would create more parking opportunities on Ellsworth. At a PTC meeting, an architect for the applicant noted that, well, because that's the first telephone pole in the line, it has these guy wires coming down. And so if you were to remove it, you'd have to put the guy wires on the second pole, the one on the property line to the next house on Ellsworth. He said, well, that would block things. And the architect is right. It would block things. But it turns out that's not a problem. All you have to do is swap who parks in the 2 parking spaces. So if you have the delivery truck park where the cars are supposed to park and a car park where the delivery truck was supposed to park, it all fits. It's incredible. That is, a car can get into that back spot where you saw the truck, was having trouble because it can come through on the Sutter side and park that way. The guy wires don't prevent that. And by removing the telephone pole, you create a nice big space next to the apartment building on Ellsworth. And as you've heard, UPS says, yes, they can use that space successfully. So simply by swapping things around, you can solve the problem. Let me talk about the advantages. First of all, it creates an adequately sized delivery truck parking area right on Ellsworth. UPS, FedEx, and others can use it. By creating that on Ellsworth, it gets rid of the problem on Sutter. So we're not taking away public parking from Sutter. It preserves the tenant parking spaces for the apartments. You don't need that funny tandem parking that doesn't really work. Fourth, it no longer requires restricting delivery truck size on Ellsworth, so that's great for everyone. It also allows Ellsworth to be widened to 26 feet for almost 100 feet back from the street. The applicants were already planning to pave both sides, so it doesn't require any additional area to be paved, but widening it makes the street safer and it makes it easier for cars to pass. And I'd like to mention that our municipal code, I'll give this citation 21.04.030B30, says Ellsworth is a private street. And it's not an apartment driveway. And per our code, that street ought to be 32 feet wide. So making it 26 feet wide gets it closer to what our own code says is safe and compliant. It's a good thing to do. Another benefit of this proposal, I don't think it's going to add much, if anything, to the costs. The staff report already contemplates relocating the first telephone pole. This simply gets rid of it, which is, I think, cheaper. And the guy wires have to be moved to the second pole. I don't think that's a big deal because they would have to put it on the first pole if you moved it. There's a few cables that run over there. I don't think it's a big deal to string them up differently and so forth and solve that. There's no power lines that have to be relocated. Apart from that, the proposal only requires some striping and paving, as you've seen, very inexpensive. So this proposal, this alternative is hardly radical. Not that I'm against radical alternatives. In a nutshell, it simply swaps who uses the 2 new parking spots and solves a lot of problems. My email to you in the packet pointed to specific items in the proposed ordinance you can use to adjust and get this swapped approach. And I won't go through all that because it's all sort of indicated in there. Let me also now try to correct a few misunderstandings that have been out there. The applicant's architect has repeatedly stated in earlier meetings that the existing PC was not codified, but city staff has shown that it was, and even provided the actual page of the 1967 ordinance with the mayor and city clerk's signature on it, making it part of our municipal code. Just to be clear, it was absolutely codified. Another misunderstanding is that the owner had no knowledge of the PC. Under the law, successive owners are identical to the original owner. And that's to ensure that you can't sell a building to a shell corporation and then wriggle out of all the legal requirements. So the original owner applied for and obtained the PC from the city council back in 1967. And legally, the current owner coming to you is the same owner, the same party. You can't apply and get a PC and then say, I have no knowledge of this PC. Doesn't make any sense. And finally, the letter submitted by the applicant's attorney on November 3rd claims that the first telephone pole, the one on the apartment site, wasn't there when the owner bought the property back in 2017. But if you go to Google Street View and go back to 2008, you can clearly see the pole was there. So the attorney letter and its claim that the pole is there without the consent of the current owner is also not correct. Let me wrap up with one essential point not in the staff report. The applicants are getting some very valuable benefits out of the proposed ordinances. First, they're getting a new house site, which is worth about $1 million based on the transaction last year. Second, only 9 units are allowed on the apartment site under our RM20 zoning, whereas the amended PC will give them 12. So that's 33% more units than other RM20 sites are allowed in the city. And they're not offering to create any below market rate housing as part of this project. So they're getting a brand new house site worth $1 million, 33% more apartment units than our zoning code permits, and not having to provide any affordable housing. That's a pretty good deal for them. What the community is asking for are some improvements for safety and access. And I think that's a very modest request by comparison. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan L.
Mayor Ku, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members. Once again, my comments will be brief and focus on safety. This issue is not a new one, since there was a discussion with the city in 2013 about the safety of the street. We were told by city staff that we couldn't make any changes because we are a private street. The city council should realize that the traffic report they were given by Hexagon was commissioned by the applicant and not under the city auspices. Because safety is the primary concern, council can and should see the issue, not just from the applicant's perspective, but from those of us who use the road daily and have been doing so for many years. We ask you to support widening Ellsworth along the first 111 feet and creating the relevant site triangle, allowing for a clear view to the Matadero Creek overpass on the south side. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn Chiapella.
I'm Lynn Chiapella. I live on Colorado Avenue, but I walk by that property and that Middlefield 2901 on my way to the skating rink frequently. So I'm very familiar with that area. And my comment, can you see my screen at all? I'm showing you how that was recorded. The city appears to have lost all the records of the PC development. And those records were recorded on video cassette and frequently were also not sense minutes, but they were actually verbatim minutes from those meetings. And the city council of 67 under Mayor Diaz and the 12 councilmen would have given would have processed this with the neighbors, and they would not have given development rights of 2,000 square feet of a roadway that was 50 years old at that time and 100 years old at this time. My problem is that all the records appear to have been lost, and I went in my files because I have some of the old ones and couldn't find that particular one. But I have one request. Mr. Dewey has not always been a very good property manager in terms of the landscape and the look on the from the street when I walked by. In fact, he cut down on a handshake deal with someone in the city, probably Walter Passmore, I don't know, his heritage trees, and then turned the lot into a weedy mess, which it remained and remains up to this day. And the property at 2901, he has not been a good husband of. He only improved that landscape when he wanted something from the city. It has not been a very pleasant place to walk by all these years he's owned it. So I'm requesting that since you have lost all the ARB records, which would have been required at the time the PC was approved, that he submit an ARB proposal so that it's recorded and that he be responsible for the city park strip in front of 2901, so that will remain pleasant and a nice place to walk by. So that is my request, to take a look at. It's very small, but it will make a difference. He has not been prone to do anything on his own unless he wants something. So please submit that to the ARB to have approval. Thank you.
Ms. Chiapella, whatever you were trying to show on the screen, we did not see it.
I was showing you the old video cassettes. You may not even know what that is, but that's how meetings were recorded.
Okay, thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on action item 7.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe we have a rebuttal time, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Is for the applicant. So, let's remember why we're here again, to fix this city air. I feel like we've done our best to accommodate the neighbors' concerns and the city's concerns. Everyone seems to be taking, and we're the only ones that appear to be giving. And so, we're trying to work towards a solution, but there's only so much we have to give. We've offered to grant this non-exclusive easement that you're all aware of to the neighbors to widen Ellsworth Place. We're widening the concrete apron approach from 24 feet to 28 feet, which we're paying for that new driveway approach. We're relocating a Comcast monument that's part of it. That work has already been contracted with Comcast to move forward. So we're serious about doing this. We've added the temporary delivery space, and let me go back to the concrete approach. Our transportation consultant, Gary Black, believes that the hump that is on that sidewalk as you rise up to it actually makes that intersection safer, requires cars to slow down and stop, and you're now at the proper elevation. And so some of those photos, I think, were a little disingenuous. You've all been there, and you need to come to your own conclusion, I think, on whether you think that's a safety issue. We have added the temporary delivery space for trucks that are 19 to 20 feet. And we said that at the time, it can't accommodate a bigger truck. I, in fact, don't know how the truck loading space that's been proposed by the neighbors will work either. I mean, a truck going into the Ellsworth has to then figure out how to turn around to go park next to our building if that's the space that they want. As opposed to where we're showing it, which is you just do a 90-degree in and backing out with a truck that's 19 to 20 feet. I don't know if larger trucks could park in that other space. We have Gary Black with Hexagon. Gary, are you on Zoom right now?
I'm on Zoom, yes.
Yeah, do you want to add to that maybe?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that the loading space that's proposed by Ms. Van Fleet, though it is a little bit larger, some delivery trucks could fit, some couldn't. But that, as you said, Ken, that space also requires doing jockeying back and forth and using the driveway at 702 Ellsworth in order to turn around. So it really offers no advantages at all in terms of trucks getting in and out, even though it is slightly larger.
Yeah, I would agree. And our attorney believes that widening Ellsworth any further and providing this loading space on our property would constitute a taking, despite what we've heard from others tonight. So in conclusion, we request City Council adopt and modified ordinance from those proposed by staff to incorporate what we've talked about, right size the parking, make a safer neighborhood, and create an opportunity for a new single-family home. Oh, this just went back up? Okay, I thought so.
All right. At this point, we've heard comments from all parties. So we'll bring it back to council for questions, comments. All right. So nobody wants to talk, but I will just want to have a clarification here. In the staff recommendation, there is something that says, well, first, I didn't find attachment B in this particular report for for December 11th. And also, it does refer to 702 Ellsworth Place as an undeveloped lot. And I would have to say that that is wrong. It is a parking lot. And so that is identified as such. It is not an undeveloped lot, and it is not a vacant lot either. Okay, with that said, I see lights are on. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, a couple of questions. The space that is on the, I'll call it the east side of the apartment complex for parking, and I don't know if we can get a graphic up that will help here. We saw a photograph that showed it as barely essentially wide enough for a normal vehicle. And the question is, that's proposed for delivery trucks. Is it wide enough for delivery trucks?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, did you have a particular slide that?
No, I think it was actually I don't know what slide out of the ones you have. We had slides by the neighbors that.
Okay, can we get Ms. Von Fleet's slide?
I think it was during the first presentation.
Not the applicant, though.
Yes, no, the neighbors, first neighbors presentation. Was it? I think it was Ms. Van Fleet's presentation. So aside from the slide, maybe we can have some discussion on that. Okay. Yeah, I think it's what we were looking at back in that previous one was the dark green zone. If we go back to slides, yeah, that dark green area, that's for the vehicle. So what's the width of that space? Right now it has a building on one side and I think a fence on the other. So there's not spaced open doors. And I think Ms. Van Fleet said that a typical delivery vehicle, say in the 20-foot, 18 or 20-foot size, she thought was a 10-foot wide vehicle. I don't know what's typical there, but certainly wider than an ordinary car.
The plan that was represented by the applicant indicated that it was the green was 10 feet by 30 feet for that delivery space, and there's some room on either side of that.
So if the larger delivery trucks are 10 feet or 9 feet or even 8 feet, that doesn't sound like it could practically function for those delivery vehicles. Have we, as staff, evaluated that?
We looked at that and we agreed that the smaller trucks would be best parked in that location, and that's where the Sutter Avenue
No,
spot.
by smaller, you're talking up to 20 feet, right? And how wide are those trucks?
I don't have the dimension handy.
Well, I don't know what's correct. Ms. Van Fleet said it's typically even 10 feet wide, but if they're even 8 feet wide, that's not adequate. Okay. And then I wanted to get a clarification on the pole moving. I'm not clear whether we are what is the staff position currently on moving the pole?
The planned community ordinances contain the recommendation to move the pole, to adjust the pole. And so that's what came to you on November 6th. We have also studied the tandem space that the applicant has proposed, and it is a viable option from our standpoint.
Well, let me, since you brought that up, the neighbor slide that showed a picture, trying to remember, was a graphic or a picture of that in the tandem, the space that's out nearest to the street seems adequate, but they showed that it's a abnormally small space actually in the podium parking.
Oh, the carport was studied by the neighbor as to the width, and if that's an existing situation, it would not require correction because it's an existing situation. It's not.
Well, but how is it actually a tandem if you can't fit a car in the first space?
Well, you can't fit maybe all cars, but you can fit some cars.
Well, what's the width
in the
of that
carport
space?
I don't have the width handy. I did not measure it myself.
Well, from that image, it looks abnormally narrow. It doesn't look close to a standard parking space. And I have real concerns whether it fits any typical car. Now, the neighbors claim that it's not used as a parking space for that very reason. I don't know. It certainly from the image, that seemed to be potentially accurate.
So yeah, thank you, Councilmember. I can't speak to how that space is actually being used. Haven't witnessed that, but I agree with you. The space in the carport does look narrow, and if this is a solution that was brought forth as an alternative from the applicant to address the combination of issues that we're trying to grapple with here today. The city council does have the authority, if you felt that a similar, I'll say compact size for lack of specific details on it, was appropriate in a tandem configuration, you would have that authority to approve that as a part of the PC. If you felt that the tandem parking was not of sufficient dimension to be useful or impeded access, then you do not have to accept that alternative.
And I ask that because these questions all fit a package of should the delivery space be, in fact, in that area where the pole is presently, that's 14 feet wide, and would have the driver's door be able to open into the driveway or the street, whichever it is. And that looks much more practical. So that's why I'm asking this set of questions. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I'm wondering why we need this particular parking space at all. It's under discussion. Is it required by code or?
This was to address the fact that there are 2-bedroom units that require 2 parking spaces under the regular zoning code as part of a PC. The council has the authority to waive that second space for the 2-bedroom unit.
Yeah, I would think that just off the cuff, that would be an easier solution. And as you say, totally within our purview there. And secondly, with respect to the poll, I didn't quite understand all what Mr. Levinsky was talking about in terms of moving polls and guidelines and stuff. There've been a lot of slides and a lot of speakers here, so I'm trying to sort all that out with the reading of this thing. So the removal of the poll accomplishes what in terms of space from staff's perspective?
So with the tandem space going there, there was no need for removal of the pole. Without a tandem space, there's no need for readjustment of the pole unless the delivery space is parallel and not behind the tandem spaces.
Okay, great.
Then that pole would need to be relocated because it is providing the support for the pole at the juncture of 705 Ellsworth. That pole needs another pole for physics reasons, and we have a utilities person here.
So there might be a couple of 2 quick solutions here. The other thing that I'm sorry, but I just don't understand where the what's called the UPS approved delivery space is. Is it the green spot on that slide, or is it which is what it looks like?
Clerk, can we get that
16 by 30 delivery space?
That slide that had the UPS approved. notation.
Yeah.
So the green, yeah, the green is where the pole is and where the delivery space is shown as proposed in this diagram from the public. And I think the yellow portions above it sort of illustrate some of the turnaround capacity.
Okay, so that's what the neighbors are comfortable with, is what I'm hearing.
That's what I'm understanding too.
And it doesn't require the space or the pole relative to the owner of the apartment building.
Correct.
So there's no need for any changes to his property, correct?
So there's the change to the communications pole that we've talked about. So in the green box.
Oh, because that impacts that area?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and when we talk about pole being the community, so our terminology on this complicated topic is the pole closest to Middlefield is what we're calling a communications pole. We believe it's an AT&T pole, but the city of Palo Alto relies on that pole to support the other utility poles that are further on Ellsworth Place. So when you relocate the communications pole, you also have to replace and strengthen the utility pole that Dewey's property shares with the other property owner. I think it's 705 Ellsworth.
Down on Ellsworth.
Yes.
Right.
But in this diagram that we have on screen, the communications pole is located in that approximate area in the green box. And so a new pole would need to be established and moved closer toward Middlefield and likely within the visible triangle of that sort of that view shed. But that's also permissible if the council thought that was an appropriate solution.
Okay, and then one legal question for which our attorney wants to field this. One speaker commented on that this was SECRO was required in this regard, and there's also comments on environmental evidence that's required. Could you comment on that relative to comp plan or CEQA?
So there were a number of points around that issue, around the CEQA compliance issue. Could you maybe be a little bit more specific as to your?
Well, there were a number of comments that there was evidence around certain comprehensive plan items. That one particular emphasis was CEQA and environmental evidence. So, and I thought this was clear of that. So I just want to get clarification, particularly on that one.
I apologize. I don't recall the specific comment, but we did review this for CEQA compliance, and we do agree with the staff report recommendation, which is that this project would be exempt from CEQA review.
Okay, those are my questions right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
And thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Burton Lowing kind of went into my area of interest as well. So I got some of my questions answered there. I guess my remaining question for staff, back to this the delivery space in the green box. So if we can keep this slide up, is the intention that would be the additional parking space that is needed for the apartments, or that would be reserved for delivery spaces only, and how would we kind of enforce that?
So it would be reserved for delivery. And if you look on this screen where the loading zone was originally proposed by the applicant, you'll see that's parking space 16. And so that's where the other parking space would go.
Okay. And I'm wondering if maybe we can, because there's no need for delivery spaces after a certain hour. There's a way to be able to specify reserved for delivery spaces during kind of delivery hours, and then be able to reserve it for overnight guest parking for members of the community there?
You could. I'll note a personal note, Amazon promises to deliver things to me by 10 p.m. sometimes, although I never see it. So yeah, but you could have set some regulations toward that.
And I mean, it might be a nice ability of flexibility to fully utilize that space. I'm in support of using that green space. I don't know, are we calling that the UPS approved for what we're discussing tonight?
Yeah, that.
So we're on the same page.
Yes, the references to the slide on screen that has the UPS approved delivery. I will note, Vice Mayor, maybe if you had, before you transition, there's a few other things maybe just to note about this, because nothing about this is easy. So at the appropriate time.
Please.
And if that's now, great.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so this diagram also, I guess there's a couple of things to note, and I'll ask our legal counsel to weigh in if I step too far afield or say something that's not quite dialed in correctly. But the history of this site and the location of this communications pole has some, I'll say, uncertainty in terms of how that communications pole was established in the first place. I don't know that we have any records of easements for that communications pole, and so to relocate it on Dewey's property, Mr. Dewey's property, would require some sort of understanding or agreement with that acceptance. And the other thing I wanted to just note is there's costs, right, associated with the poles. And so we understand that that's a bit of an objection to have to incur the costs of strengthening the one utility pole and then adding a new utility pole. So we'd want to maybe give some consideration to that. And staff may have a recommendation in that regard. The other thing I wanted to note is this diagram suggests an additional 12-inch request for driveway, or what I'll say is the Ellsworth widening. The property at 2901 has already offered 30 inches to widen the Ellsworth Place private drive. There is not interest in extending that easement further and leaving it at the 30 inches that was already offered. We haven't talked about the other side of the street yet, but I think you'd heard a proposal from that property owner. Anyways, as you're thinking about how this might come to fruition, I wanted to suggest that. Okay. And then just also noting, coming back to the cost, in consultation with the city manager, there may be a cost sharing opportunity so that the property owner at 2901 doesn't bear that full cost to relocate and strengthen the poles.
And I think that's a fair conversation to be had, and I appreciate that. I think Mr. Levinsky said it well, kind of at the end. The applicant is getting, through this PCC process, a lot of benefits, and I think having some further dialogue on kind of the specifics of that pole removal is fine. And I think, again, kind of maybe looking back at this idea of a compromise to be able to use that space for overnight guest parking that can benefit all parties as well, while preserving that. I think for me, I don't really see any other viable option for delivery space. We kind of heard the applicant's expert that their proposed space is adequate. I think a lot of times the problem when we listen to experts is they contradict what the people on the ground are actually experiencing, and who I would say are the true experts, the actual drivers and the residents of the street. And we heard from UPS that the parking and walking from Sutter will not be a viable option, that the green space is workable for the driver and a sound delivery option for all involved. So we know Sutter doesn't work. I agree with Councilmember Byrd in the questioning that he was asking regarding the applicant's proposed parking area. Doesn't seem like that's going to work, and we've heard from the delivery drivers that it doesn't work. So I don't see I don't see the point of continuing down this path of trying to determine if these other identified options are viable. They just don't seem to be. Beyond that, I'm accepting of the proposed changes that staff has placed in the ordinance based on our last conversation. I'm empathetic of some of the points that the applicant raised, but again, this kind of comes down to more maybe kind of property interests versus that of the residents and the safety of the greater community, and that's a pretty easy trade-off for me. So I think really the outstanding issue right now is the delivery package parking. So thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, if we're doing a second round, if it's okay. All right. So the cost sharing on the pole moving, I think, is entirely appropriate, given that we're basically dealing with a 60-year legacy that we can't sort out how much was the city's fault and private interests that all contributed to this, as well as what occurred more recently on the applicant misunderstanding of there not being an underlying PC. All those considered, I think that the city should step forward with some share of the resolution to this problem to the extent that they can. And on that same theme, one of the safety issues that is most important to me is that exit from Ellsworth. One of the neighbors brought up the prospect of a tactile sidewalk. I think that's a really positive proposal. I don't understand the claim by the traffic consultant that this is safer because it is a downhill lying vehicle, that if you come from Ellsworth and unless you cross the stop line onto the sidewalk, you're below the grade of the sidewalk. If you have a fence to the left, that means that fence line obstructs the view even more because you have a sight line from being a lower position in the car. And so that actually makes it worse in that sense on the visibility. So whatever we can do to make that a safer spot, I think is extremely important. We will have kids riding their bikes from both directions on that sidewalk over time. And this has been an inherently unsafe location that we risk compounding and making worse. So I think we need to do what we can there. The graded fencing, I was glad that the neighbors brought up. The reality is in a portion that you won't be looking through one graded fence, you will be looking through an angle of two graded fences to be able to see the sidewalk. And we saw pictures that made it look like that may still be moderately visible, but it's certainly not as visible as a single graded fence. And I still have some concern on that. So I think that what we should have is a graded fence and some degree of an angle that is there. Maybe not the full triangle that we were talking before, but that lesser angle with a graded fence and a tactile sidewalk. And that combination of factors should reduce the public safety risk, which I think is real here. We've inherited a circumstance that is a public safety risk, and we have the potential to make it worse yet. And I think we've got to do whatever we can to mitigate that.
Councilmember?
Yeah.
Just a note. So hearing your comments about the tactile surface, I do want to flag that there are some rules, I believe, that come into play about when and where those get placed. So if you're heading at some point toward a motion, we would want to reserve that subject to the review of the, I'm not even sure, Public Works Director.
Okay.
For
And I'm
applicability.
assuming that would be at city expense as well. The tax, if it's a sidewalk, it would be.
Yes, if the council directs that, then we would take that on.
Okay. And I did want to ask about this driveway ramp setback zone, which the residents brought forward with a specific reference in our zoning code. And I don't think I have it in the materials that they, oh, here it is. It's under the parking design tables and figures in our municipal code, 18.54070, the big chapter, figure 6. And I had never seen this before or heard it discussed, and it looks applicable to this circumstance. Has staff reviewed this?
Trying to catch up. 18 what?
Well, it's the image that they presented. It is called Figure 6, Driveway Ramp Setback Zones. And it appears to have been taken right from our municipal code under zone. 18.54070, which I think is a bigger section than just this.
Figure 6.
And while you're looking at that, there was also an assertion by the neighbors that, or private street width, I don't know if they said 32 or 36 feet. 32. And can staff comment on that? Now, we certainly aren't going to be able to make all of Ellsworth Place that width because we have so much built out on there. But what's the context of that in our rules when we then are looking at a new proposal that wouldn't be compliant with that private street width standard?
So if it were a new subdivision, which this is not, these parcels exist, a new subdivision would be required to meet the standard width. This is not the case. This is an existing driveway.
But then does it not have any bearing when we're looking at a new development proposal within that has other changes? So we basically had a de facto greater width and historically when that was a parking area that was used for parking, it was used for turnaround. It had a deeper setback so that basically vehicles could traverse into that. This was all this funkiness of this private street that was non-standard. So we had, at that front end of Ellsworth, we had a de facto greater width than what we are now saying that we are requiring. Certainly greater than that 24 feet, I think even greater than the 26 feet. So my question is, when we're looking at a new parcel being created in a development on a portion there that was a non-compliant street, does it have any bearing on our decisions on how wide things ought to be there?
I'll just go back to say the subdivision code is the one that sets the width for streets. In this case, as other properties along Middlefield, there's a 20-foot wide driveway accessing multiple units. In this case, it was a private street that was 20 feet wide, substandard at the time. And I'm not sure how to answer the rest of your question, but I'm just getting back to where the code says there are minimums.
Okay, and then have you had a chance to look this up? If you need more time while someone else has any other
I'll turn it back over to Amy to respond to the diagram, but just another sort of, I think you're hitting on another complication about this, this situation is that the street, the private street actually doesn't connect as a private street through from Middlefield to Ellsworth Place. It goes via easement over the 702 Ellsworth property. So to the extent that that also factors into the discussion, not to land on a solution, but just to note that that could be a further complication. Ms. French on figure 6.
Yeah, I'm no expert on figure 6. There's 2 diagrams on figure 6. One shows a 4-foot and it kind of shows a site distance triangle. The one that we typically look at is the site distance triangle that talks about the 35-foot distance that you measure along the curb. So that would be the curb at Middlefield. I'm not sure what this is showing.
This is
says back of
specifically when
sidewalk.
there's a ramp is what this is referring to, which is
Right, so
the
a ramp
question
on
whether
a
that
slope.
applies here and doesn't apply many other places.
I think it's for a slope, a ramp on a slope.
Yeah, which this is, it doesn't, I don't see a specification of what degree slope, but we're dealing with a slope.
Yeah, above it talks about a certain slope
Does it?
of
Okay.
22. Yeah.
So figure 5 also in that chapter does then begin to talk about the slope. Ramp shall not exceed 22%. And then there's the breakover angle, and there's, other diagrams here. I will note, I understand that it's changing, from a parking lot to a home. And we did look at this issue because the council had raised it back in, I believe, September. And our own, so the applicant had their consultant look at it and study it. And I understand, we also want to validate that with our own experience from residents in the area. The city staff has also looked at it and confirms or, agrees with the consultant's solution or statements that actually having the ramp the way it is actually slows vehicles down as they approach the sidewalk. And that is a safety benefit.
Yeah, I agree that the slowing is the case. But then you've got other aspects too. Yeah, but that seems correct. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lifcotte-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a technical question. Just want to make sure the ordinance is worded correctly. On packet page 158, section 1, item F, the city council held public hearings on September 18th and November 6th. I think we would want to amend that to remove November 6th. With regard to substantive concerns, I want to express my view that the present private property owners, Handa, Dewey, and all of the neighbors, I believe there are 13, maybe 14 on Ellsworth, are in my view not responsible for the errors made by the city in failing to record things correctly more than 50 years ago. And within that context, I commend applicant Mr. Honda for offering the additional foot of asphalt to widen Ellsworth in exchange for a 36-inch fence, which feels to me like more of a win-win. I am very moved by his argument that a 1-foot fence will not keep his small child in, will not keep a dog in, will not create the kind of barrier that any homeowner would want between one's home and a busy street like Middlefield. I also appreciate that applicant Mr. Dewey does not want to and does not have to agree to an extension of the easement being requested. I am in favor of Councilmember Burt's recommendation on a tactile surface at the sidewalk, paid for at the handled at the expense of the city. I like the fact that the new communications pole would be, we've talked about it as a shared expense. I would like to urge us to do that at city expense. And I'd like to ask a question about the logistics plan for construction. If staff could explain the recommendation in the ordinance in section 5, matter B, logistics plan, $5,000 deposit to offset city's enforcement costs. I'm just not completely understanding how that will work.
Yeah, so understanding the logistics plan and it being a tight site, would there some thought that needs to go into how deliveries will be made and all to the site where employees or construction workers will park, et cetera. And the cost is simply intended to recover the staff time that would be involved. We anticipate that there will be some calls for service from the residents on Ellsworth Place and to follow up on construction-related activity. And so it's an enforcement follow-up cost that is proposed in the ordinance. Council could decide to include it or not, but we do anticipate that we're going to be getting calls during construction to confirm compliance with the construction mitigation plan or the logistics plan.
So the applicant, Mr. Honda, would be ultimately responsible for paying for these costs the city incurs in dealing with these complaints about construction?
For that site, yes.
I think my concern is that the relationships to date have been fraught, and construction may lead to additional disagreements and concerns. And I think for everybody's sake, we want whatever happens to be as equitable and as collegial as is possible. I'm not sure that placing this burden on Mr. Honda achieves that. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have any concerns about that. And that's it for me right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I'm in substantial agreement with the additional comments that Councilmember Burt made. I mentioned last time that I felt that it would not be too expensive and would be highly visible if we had flashing lights at that intersection to flash it as not just a driveway, but a street. And I would stay by that, although I like the pavement idea. You know, overall, this is it's a problem and it's a negotiation and it's complex and everybody's got a stake in this thing. So I just think we need to kind of get down to some final, hopefully small negotiations and and try to get the safety there. And the residents expressed that they might have property value issues, and I'm sure the apartment owner and the single family homeowner have the same kind of issues, but it does drive starting with safety. I want to bring up one thing that hasn't been brought up directly, which is Mr. Honda offered to actually put a bend in the front of his lot, not dissimilar from the setback zones in the sense that pull it back more from the front. And that would be, as I understand it, one of the options that he would be willing to do with a 3 feet fence and continuing to offer us that 1 foot of real estate. Perhaps a negotiation just on that point is we take that and it goes down to 2 feet and we've kind of, you know, split in the middle, and maybe that addresses and solves that issue. I don't know, but I would put that on the table. With respect to the other foot on the apartment side, I don't think either anybody should go to court and define whether or not this is a finding for 1 foot of real estate. So I don't think we should be proceeding with that. If it works out in the negotiation that the owner there can offer us back that foot, that's fine. If not, I don't think we should be dying on that hill. I really feel strongly that, you know, the pole issue is not primarily anybody's issue because it was there. So at the least, I would favor a split cost, and you know what that split should be can be worked out hopefully quickly and in a friendly way. If we indeed have to have that pole, but perhaps we have to have it, we share the cost, we use the space that's being proposed by the neighbors, and if that's the case, then all we have to figure out is the size of the fence on the other side there. So that's kind of where I'm coming out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to say something. I believe, you know, I do not agree with the comments that are made that we made the mistake. There was a PC in place consisting of so many parcels, which the owner had the ability to build the amount of units that they built and provide the parking spaces. And as I said earlier, this is not an undeveloped lot. This is a parking lot. And so there is assigned that designation. And it's also in one of the emails from the public requests, there is communications that someone in staff said, oh, there's a vacant lot. I wouldn't know that there's a vacant lot in the city. Well, I would have thought that we, on performing due diligence, would have researched more. How did our city miss this vacant lot, if there is such a thing? So no, that was not a vacant lot. Secondly, I want to say that in the first place, this application should have been rejected because we have a PC in place, and whatever happened on separating this one particular parcel, this one lot that is a parking lot, and selling it off, that alone should have been between the seller and the buyer to remedy the situation. Whether the seller buys it back or whatnot, that's not our problem. That is between the seller and the buyer. Then I want to say, this is a PC. The council has discretionary review over this, and we can make our decisions. I do want to say that, like somebody had said, that this is not the residents' doing. The residents have been living there for many, many years, and this is a new development of a single-family home. So to eliminate their deliveries, which is a big part of, for everybody who lives here, we expect our deliveries. And for us, for them to have no more deliveries, that is a taking. That is a taking. And to have delivery persons go to Sutter, where there's already issues, that is a taking. Or for them to have to drive to Menlo Park, to wherever it is the delivery box is, yes, that's an inconvenience, that's a taking. This is. And what is the problem here is that because there's no deliveries, or deliveries are eliminated, in the future, these property owners who have been living there and who has been investing in their properties, we don't know what their property values are going to be, because when and if they should go sell this their property, they're going to have to disclose this. They're going to have to disclose this, just as it should have been disclosed to the buyer of 702 Ellsworth that that was part of the PC. And I just kind of wonder, what kind of precedent are we setting when we're looking at something that the city has done as a PC? What does this precedent set, and what are future applications that are going to come in asking for amendments? This is asking for us to make a decision. It's a huge decision where there's huge developer giveaways. And there are absolutely a lot of issues here. As one of the members of the public said, on Mr. Dewey's side, on the 2901 to 2905 Middlefield property, they're getting 33% more units and value, and no affordable housing whatsoever. So I'm going to have to say that, number one, we should be rejecting this and letting the seller and the buyer handle this. But at the same time, I do want to say and acknowledge that the neighbors have been very generous in accepting this structure that is going to be built. At the same time, just wanting simple solutions so that they're not further inconvenienced because of this building. And so, yes, I do reject having to deal with construction nuisances, noise, delivery, dust, whatever else that comes up. And so, yes, I reject that we I do not agree that there shouldn't be something in escrow for complaints that will be levied, that will come in because of disturbances. I do want to say that the 24-foot spacing for the entry, what Hexagon has done is they've based that entry on driveways for multifamily construction. So most of these driveways, and I've driven into them after I was told about them, because I don't usually enter into places that seem to be gated, but they do have a turnaround at the end of the driveway for the delivery trucks, unlike this one that doesn't. And on all of the maps, it does show that this is a private street. So there should be allowances in order to ensure that delivery trucks can go in. I kind of want to get started on a motion. And that is to I want to refer back to PTC to review and to implement the UPS approved delivery spot plan, the delivery plan on Ellsworth. Also to review the south side line of sight, adjusted to adjusted to PAMC 18.54.070, driveway ramp setbacks in figure 6 as produced by the neighbors. And the width of Ellsworth Place at entrance, where the easement is, should be 26 feet wide. For at least 110 feet from Middlefield. Okay, let's see if I get a second on this. So it looks like Madam Clerk is done, and I'm not getting a second. So if anybody else has a motion or more comments, please put on your lights. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I'm, as much as it's not good practice for us to do significant changes on the dais, I also am real hesitant to have this project go back through a whole nother cycle in our planning process again. So could I have the mayor's motion put back up, and I kind of want to use it to sculpt a council motion. First, that it would remove the part about referring to the PTC. And it would be to, we need to include the staff recommendation that's on the first page of the staff report, starting with staff recommends that, et cetera. And then add to that a reference to this UPS approved delivery spot plan. Is there, I want to ask staff, what would be the better way to describe that parking change to the having the delivery van spot be adjacent to, in the 14-foot spot between the edge of the private street and the south, I'll call it the south edge of the apartment.
Is so is there a reason we can't just reference the,
pardon me?
Is there a reason we just can't reference the slide that was presented?
Whatever you think would be clearer.
Okay. Yes, I would just do that. I would reference what we have referred to as Ms. Von Fleet's slide that had the title UPS approved design or something to that effect.
And then I then want to address the fencing and the line of sight. So under, let's put a new 2, which would be to require graded fencing that would be allow visibility through 2 angles of the fence being a line of sight through 2 angles of the fence. Is that, I don't know if that's good language for that. I don't want to, I want to defer to staff on what that grading fencing would be, but I just want to make sure that it allows adequate transparency through 2 angles. And that was that a 3-foot tall fence? Yeah, a 3-foot fence. Yeah. Sorry. And then I was interested, there was, I believe it was perhaps even Mr. Tandy's presentation that there was a lesser angle also proposed on the fence, and I don't know how to best describe that.
Give us a second to think about that. So we'll pull up the Mr. Handa's
Excuse me,
letter.
I misspoke your name. I'm sorry.
Is it a higher visibility angle, Councilmember Burt? Higher visibility angle because it's actually pulled back from Middlefield a little bit?
Yeah, I believe that he had it was not the full triangle. It was just a partial triangle, and they're trying to capture what was in there. And then I want to add, let's put a new 3, which is for staff to pursue tactile sidewalk paving at the exit of Ellsworth Place. And I think I need to have a proviso in there that, sorry. On this next one, there was, staff had said that there need to be language to the extent permitted.
The note I have is city to explore the feasibility and install ADA tactile markers on the sidewalk where it intersects the Ellsworth Place easement.
Okay.
Subject to approval by the Director of Public Works.
Okay.
Thank you for that addition.
At city expense.
Yes.
And that reminds me that under 1, we should add after a period after, I don't think we need the word provides, do we? But we do want to add that relocate the communications pole at a shared expense of the city and the property owner. Is that right? It would be the property owner, or would it be the communications company who would be sharing the expense? Property owner?
Property owner.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, that's POLE.
Okay. Now, down below where it begins review, if you could scroll, I would delete that first portion up to the comma. And retain the balance. No, you don't have to have the word retain, just, I meant to retain under for the width of Ellsworth at entrance to be 26 feet for at least 110 feet from Middlefield. Okay, if there's a second, I'll briefly speak.
Second. I second.
Oh, okay. I'll just say that this is, everybody knows this has been a tough project for all the reasons we've already said. I think the city stepping forward on a couple of these aspects to share in the cost of addressing legitimate concerns so that the public safety issues are addressed and the ability to continue to have reasonable delivery service in an era where that's increasingly important is critical. I think we have a compromise on the fencing, and I think the last point on the 26 feet wide is a requirement that we want to place, and I think that we already had a compromise by or willingness by the apartment owner to help create that 26 foot wide, and I think the other property owner needs to step forward and do the same, and we can end this ongoing debate. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this motion forward. For the most part, I think the neighbors, residents over on Ellsworth Place have done a yeoman's job of analyzing this whole situation and actually coming up with a solution and not to obstruct the single-family home that Mr. Honda has and would like to have. So this is one of the solutions, although Councilmember Byrd, I want to ask on number 2, do we need to further specify that is option B stated in Mr. Honda's presentation?
That on the fencing, if staff thinks that's the best way to describe it.
Is in Mr. Honda's presentation, does that, so it's referring to option B? I just want to make sure that that's understood and that doesn't need to be put into the motion.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to add it into the motion as a reference.
If that's all right.
Sure.
Councilmember. So item number 2, through 2 angles allows adequate transparency. As at the end, it will be as per Mr. Honda's presentation, slide identified as option B.
I'm seeing motioning by the applicants. Mr. Hayes, if you might come forward, if you have some clarification you're trying to pantomime.
Commissioner Burt. So the option A essentially gives you the 12 inches, but doesn't give you the truncated angle at the end. Option B doesn't give you the 26 feet, but gives you the truncated
Okay,
option
so
at
we
end.
shouldn't reference A or B. We should
Correct.
simply describe it.
Oh, you'll have a conflict if you do.
Okay, so we don't want to reference option, et cetera.
And I think
So Madam Clerk, you can remove as per from as per and just put the period after fence.
And it's just been clarified to me that the residence drawing was requesting 100 feet, not 110. And so I'd like to correct that to under, yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'm done.
You're done. Okay. Councilmember Lowing.
Just a question for staff. Do we have to note that we're officially removing the one space that's required?
So the, you could, that would be the, that would be the easy thing to do. You could also give myself the, discretion to remove that space if it becomes problematic. But I think there is an interest in trying to maximize the number of parking spaces at the site. So what we don't know, Councilmember, is when we strengthen that pole, that utility pole, are there going to be other stabilizing cables or something that might be needed that might interfere with that space? So I think we want to try to mirror what's on that slide, but give the director the ability to waive the space.
I think that's great, but you'll be giving it and then it's final, right? You'll be giving it and then it's final. So if you take it out and the applicant comes back 3 years later and says, I really want that back in, it'd just be a whole new discussion.
Yeah, I don't know that scenario is a particularly problematic one. I mean, if they wanted to add a parking space and it met our dimensions, we would be fine with them adding them. I think we want to encourage more parking.
Yeah.
On site. Yeah.
And Director Late, is there language that we then need to add to give you that discretion?
Well, Well, yeah, I mean, the municipal code does authorize some discretion, and if, I think it'd just be clear, given the public interest in this.
So while we're having a discussion, if you might want to look at what language to add. to
Yeah, I
reflect
will
that.
come up with something.
May I just ask Councilmember Lowing, this parking space that you're talking about, is it in the carport or is it that green space? Or is it the one?
Well, I
next
think
to
it was
the
in the,
fence?
it was the tandem one that we were concerned didn't fit. So we talked about allowing a tighter car, but at that point, we also said we could just remove it, which gives it more space to turn around and more space for the pole situation.
The tandem.
So it could just say, and the existing 16th parking space could be removed at the discretion of the planning director.
Clerk, did you get that? And Councilmember, can you repeat that?
Parking place number 16 can be removed by the discretion of the planning director.
Okay, Councilmember Burt?
Sounds fine. Is that as strong as we actually want? Let's wait until Director Late comes up with language.
That carport space that is really tiny, that won't fit a car? It could be bicycle parking or motorcycle
There
parking.
you go. Well, we'll let Director Late struggle with that. No, just whenever you want to insert that language to reflect your discretion.
Number 5.
Is that the right language
That's
or
perfect.
something else?
Thank you. Oh, where to go? Let's see. So, Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we think, subject to the adjustment being made over here, we do think it'd be appropriate to invite the 2 applicants up to speak to their acceptance of some of these conditions. I will note that the number 4 is adding, requiring an additional 1 foot onto Mr. Dewey's property, which he had previously had some concerns about. So we would like to get on record Mr. Handa's and Mr. Dewey's support of those additional 12-inch encroachments into their property. I think Mr. Handa spoke to it previously with the fence issue.
Well, I'm fine to hear that, but I'm not prone to letting that determine what will be in the motion. If we have an approval and it comes down to this one thing, whether they'll approve it or not, they may say they don't want it. No, we've already heard, we know he doesn't want it. That's not ambiguous, but sometimes there's a compromise that has to be struck in order to move forward. And he can have his development if he agrees to this one condition, I think.
Absolutely understood, Councilmember. And again, it's up to the council's discretion, of course, to consider
Right,
that.
and exactly. This is the council's discretion. So I would agree with Councilmember Burt. This is a step forward. And they can speak if they want to, but I don't think that we should, we will act on it. So do they want to speak?
So to the applicants, does Mr. Handa want to come and speak to the motion on the table?
Just want to understand the fence which is being proposed at 4 feet from the sidewalk as suggested by the transport consultant, transport department, actually city's transport department.
Yes, that's my understanding, but the design of which is going to require some consideration to reflect item number 2 on the motion. So it's the combination of the 2 options that you had presented. It's the 12-inch easement and the illustration, I believe, on option B that shows the 4 foot from the sidewalk with the tapered approach so that there's better visibility to the sidewalk when exiting Ellsworth Place.
Mm-hmm. I can't answer right now, I'll have to see.
Okay, well, you'll have an opportunity to see that in the ordinance. Thank you.
Yeah, I think to get clarity on this, it would be between you and the applicant. This is basically what the council is proposing right now.
All right, so just to show our willingness to move this forward, my client has agreed to the 12 inches additional on the 2901 side. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, I was just going to ask to hear the applicant's response, and so we did, so that's great. One other question I had for staff is, I think there were bushes where the fence is being proposed, if I'm not mistaken, and I think the applicant may have cleared them, but do you guys know what the bushes were like before they were cleared? Like how does that differ from what the fence was like before?
Oh, there was some substantial clearing of vegetation by the water district on their fence, the chain link fence there, that was causing quite a bit of obstruction of view. So that was something that the Office of Transportation connected with the water district to remove that vegetation. And you could see the stain on the sidewalk where that was causing quite a bit of blockage.
Can someone bring up the photo of the hump of where because I'm just trying to understand, like, relative to what's being proposed and what was there with just the vegetation. So there's a picture of like the hump and the bike going by and where the fence is, like I saw something on the slide somewhere.
Do you remember whose presentation it was?
I can try to flip through it. Oh yeah, this one. I don't know. Yeah, it's applicants. Yeah, here it is. So, so this is kind of like, oops, no, this one here, yeah. So, from what I understand, there was actually at one point bushes here. And do you know like what it looked like relative to this fence here?
Before we were ever in this process back in early 2023, there were lots more shrubs out there in that site triangle, as well as clear up to the southerly point of this property near the bridge and the sidewalk change up there.
Okay, and relative to the fence, was it higher, lower? Don't know.
The fence started off as a 4-foot fence. What's shown
No,
here?
I'm talking about the bushes and shrubs and whatnot that was there.
How tall were the shrubs?
Yeah.
I think they were anywhere between 1 foot and 4 feet. I don't know.
Okay. So some of them were pretty high then. Okay. So is the visibility worse or better with this orange fencing here?
Well, this orange fencing, I believe, has been adjusted back to show the cut, the corner cut. This was, I think, an earlier, if I'm seeing this correctly, fence that was, a proper corner. Now that's been, the demonstration fence was revised to show a cut at the corner, which I think is what Mr. Honda was proposing. So we have an image of, from Google Street View, I suppose, that
I guess
shows.
what I'm trying to get at is just trying to understand, because I understand that vegetation was there for years. And I'm just trying to understand like how much worse or better is this versus what was there for years with the vegetation that was?
It's much better now than it was for years, including the vegetation that the water district cleared away that was, I think, the worst of it.
I see. Okay. Okay. And so can we put back the motion up again, please? Okay. So back to number 2. So I guess I'm just trying to understand the rationale of this. So versus what the applicant has proposed, which is, from which staff's telling me, better than what it was before with the vegetation, from what I understand. Is that, I think my understanding is correct, right, from what you're saying. I guess why not just go back to what the applicant proposed if it's better than what was there? And maybe the maker and seconder could maybe speak about that. And because I'm just trying to understand what, I mean, because then this is largely a solved problem at this point. But maybe the maker can talk a little bit about your thoughts.
Did you want to start off answering Councilmember Tanaka's question of why not go back to the bushes
No, I don't choose to answer.
Thank you. I'm going to say that, there's going to be a structure there. So we can look at it in many different ways, but the structure is going to be there for over 50, 60, for a long time. And that could be a problem with the line of sight as well. Whereas when you're coming up, so, basically that's it. There's a structure over there. I don't see why we want to keep it what it was before so that residents can't see clearly until they get to the curb.
That's all I had.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights. Will you please conduct the call, the vote?
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1, Vinker absent.
Thank you. So I want to thank everyone that came tonight for this item. And this concludes item number 7. And we're going to move to item number 8. Action item number 8 is direction to pursue development of new parking and refined proposals for housing in the University Avenue downtown and development goals for housing investment.
They do. Good evening, Council. Kylie Nozay, Assistant City Manager, and I will turn it over to Sunny Tong, our Real Property Manager, to go through the staff presentation this evening.
Hey, thank you, Kylie. Good evening, Mayor Ku, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members. I'm Sunny Tong. I'm the city's Real Property Manager, and I'm going to be going over the slides for item 8 this evening. This item is regarding the pursuit of new parking and housing in the University Avenue downtown. So this first photo is of the surface parking lot, Lot T. It's located at Lynn Avenue and Kipling Street, and this is taken from across the street on Lynn Avenue, showing Lot T. On the right of this lot, you can see a single-story 7-Eleven convenience store, and on the left side is a 15-story Class A office tower located at 525 University Avenue. This photo just shows the diversity of development in our downtown and suggests that a variety of development could be possible for the Lot T site. Next slide, please. Just want to start off with the staff recommendation to explain why we're here. It's a two-part recommendation. The first part is for the council to direct staff to resume work on a new parking structure in the downtown core on a city surface parking lot. And just note the previously approved parking structure was on Lot D, shown here on the right. This is the rendering with the view from Hamilton and Waverly. And this was the previously approved project that was paused in 2019. Next slide, please. So this is the second part of the staff recommendation, which is for the council direct staff to pursue refined proposals for potential housing development on city service parking lot, specifically Lot T. We recommend narrowing down the sites so that the council can provide direction on key development goals, such as the ones listed here. A, being 100% affordable housing or some alternatives such as workforce housing. B, direction on height allowance or density. And C, direction on parking availability on site or having parking off site. Next slide, please. So this next slide here shows a map of the parking facilities serving the downtown core. With the exception of the private parking lot or parking garage at the upper right-hand corner, the remaining facilities are owned by the city. 12 of these facilities are surface lots owned by the city. For orientation purposes, we're at City Hall, and it's served by the Civic Center garage structure identified as CC in the coral zone. Lot T up in the blue zone is staff's recommendation for the housing component of the project. Lot D in the middle of the lime zone is the site that's recommended for the parking component. And as an alternative for the parking component is Lot A up in the coral zone. As shown in this map, the narrowed down lots are generally larger than the others. They're corner lots and they have better configuration for development, which is why staff's recommending these sites. Next slide, please. So this slide provides some background and a brief timeline of how we got here today. Starting from the left side, in early 2019, the downtown parking garage project was paused. Then a couple of years later, in December 2021, the council directed staff to issue an RFI for parking and housing development concepts. And in December 2022, staff released that RFI with a broad request to seek information from developers to understand the development potential for city-owned surface parking lots in the downtown. And then in March 2023, we received 2 submittals. The responses are attached to the staff report. But since then, staff has met with both firms and conducted additional research and analysis. The submittal suggests that it may be feasible to partner with a developer to construct new parking and affordable housing on city-owned downtown surface parking lots. The responses and meetings with developers also identified a number of policy, financial, and legal questions for the potential project, which are generally reflected in the staff recommendation. And our goal for tonight's discussion is to begin to address some of those questions and then go back to the developers and request a more refined proposal. Next slide, please. So staff was pleased to receive responses from 2 of the most successful affordable housing developers in the Bay Area. They're shown up at the top in alphabetical order. One is Alta Housing, and the other is Mid-Penn Housing. I just want to take a moment here to thank both organizations for taking their time and resources to respond to the city's RFI and to meet with staff and also to be in attendance here tonight. Both firms are well recognized and have a lot of similarities, and this slide just provides some information on both of them. They're both nonprofit organizations incorporated in California in 1970. They provide affordable housing and resident services in the peninsula, and they also have extensive prior and current experience with 100% affordable housing projects. Next slide, please. So both developers have project concepts that contemplate providing new residential parking off-site and consolidating it with public parking structure. So this approach is more cost-effective. It provides economies of scale and eliminates the need for podium and underground parking. Also want to note that the city surface lots are relatively small, so off-site parking would allow for more housing units on the dedicated housing sites. In terms of sequence, the parking structures would be built first, and then the housing units would follow. And staff recommends, again, narrowing down the sites to allow the developers to provide more focused project proposals. So for the parking component, again, staff recommends resuming or modifying the downtown parking garage at Lot D, which is shown here in the yellow outline. The lot is surrounded by the AT&T building to the left. At the top is a CVS retail store. And next to that is a mixed-use restaurant and office project that fronts on Waverly. So this lot was previously approved and some work has been already completed. So staff would next need to complete final design for development construction documents for bidding of this project to proceed. Next slide. So this slide is a table showing a snapshot of parking supply and demand as of October 5th, 2023 of the downtown parking facilities. Generally just shows that parking demand before 3 is generally lower than pre-pandemic levels. But after 3, it's pretty close and similar to pre-pandemic levels. Greatest demand is shown in parking facilities closer to University Avenue and the Caltrain station. So Lot D is the lot that we recommend for the parking structure, and as shown in the data here, it has relatively high usage. So that's why we think it supports development of parking. Also want to note that state law AB 2097 precludes parking requirements for projects within half a mile of major transit stops. So that supports additional parking. And also want to point out that the university streetscape project could also result in a decrease into the downtown street parking supply. The other lot that we recommend is Lot T, and that's for the housing component. And the data here shows that it's relatively low usage. So that's why we select these two sites for development. Next slide. So this is a bird's eye view of Lot T, which is outlined in yellow. Staff is recommending this site for affordable housing development. Both developers were interested in developing housing on this lot. You can see that it's a rectangular shaped lot on the corner, and this allows for more simpler, efficient designs. It's a relatively large site, again, low usage. You can see that's pretty close to neighboring commercial and residential zones. And it's also away from the central busy blocks of downtown. Next slide. So this slide identifies some of the more significant land use considerations that would influence outcomes, design approach, and project financing. So as part of staff's recommendation, staff requests feedback from the council on refined policy interests to redevelop a surface parking lot. Based on the council's comments on these goals, staff will engage the developers and would anticipate revised housing concept plans for the selected housing lot to achieve those objectives and to more fully flesh out the funding options. And staff is available to answer council questions regarding these items during the discussion if needed. Next slide. So both responses contain financial pro formas for the potential projects. They're summarized here to provide the council with a rough order of magnitude of the project costs. We want to emphasize that the pro formas are preliminary and the numbers will change based on the project that the council ultimately decides to pursue. So on the left side is the housing component and the right side is the garage. As shown, the estimated cost for the housing is approximately $900,000 to $1.1 million per housing unit. The city's contribution would be, quite frankly, the land via a long-term ground lease at a nominal cost. The developers are asking the city to contribute roughly $100,000 per unit. Other funding sources will be required, and the amount depends on the magnitude of the project selected, but some of the sources are listed: state funding, tax credit, and loans. And going to the right side, the estimated costs in 2019 to construct the parking structure at Lot D was estimated at $30 million. The current rough order of magnitude to develop that lot is between $35 and $40 million. The city's contribution would be the in lieu fee that are available, and currently they're projected at $12.5 million. Other funding sources will again be required, and that again depends on the magnitude of the project. But they include state funding, funding from the University Avenue Streetscape Project, the assessment districts, as well as bonds. Just want to wrap it with the next couple slides. Next slide. So yes, the end goal here is to develop housing and parking in downtown. And to reach that goal, the path for the council is to provide refined development parameters so that both developers, Alto Housing and Midpen Housing, can provide us with updated proposals based on these refined parameters. Next slide. So this is the final slide, and just want to put the staff recommendation back up. Again, it's a two-part recommendation. The first is to resume work on a new parking structure in the downtown. Again, the previously approved project was on Lot D. And the second recommendation is to pursue refined proposals for potential housing development on city surface parking lot. And we recommend Lot T at 450 Linton Avenue. And we are asking for direction on key development goals, such as affordability levels, direction on height allowance and density, as well as parking availability on site for housing, among others. So we invite the council to use the staff recommendation as a proposed discussion outline or framework for discussion. Other than that, that concludes the staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor, staff would recommend that as the council navigates this discussion, acknowledging this is the first time that the council has had the opportunity to resume discussions of the parking lot, as well as review both of the RFI proposals that were received, that the mayor, you may consider at some point providing the council an opportunity to do a round of questions with each of the providers or the developers. That way you have your time with each of them and some of the just choreography of folks hitting a mic. So whether that's before or after public comment, obviously is at your leisure, but that's what staff would recommend to help kick this off.
Thank you for that suggestion. Does council members have any questions for the developers, Alto Housing and Mid Peninsula? Council Member Burt?
I had more question for staff.
Oh, yeah, this would
Um,
be for staff as well as
okay.
it's open to the developers who submitted
Regarding
responses.
Lot D, I don't recall, and I didn't pick up in the staff report if it happens to be there, the boundary of the downtown retail, ground floor retail district. Is this Lot T in that district? And are the parcels across from it on Kipling and on Lytton in the district?
Yeah, I'm going to ask our Planning and Development Services Director, John Late, to help answer that question, please.
He's looking it up right now and will get back to us.
Okay, because the staff report, I think, talks about ground floor retail, but it's a big part of the question is it in the retail district?
The other question I have is where is Lot A? Is that the, I mean, when I look it up, it looks like it's Cockwell's Plaza. I hope that's not so.
It's, if we can go to the PowerPoint slide with the slide of the map of the downtown core. It's in the coral zone at the upper left corner. It's on Emerson and Lytton, that corner.
Oh, Emerson and Lytton, okay.
Yeah.
That's across from Evia then.
Yep.
Mhm. Vice Mayor Stone, while we're waiting for the response to Councilmember Burt's question, we'll go to Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few question regarding the EIR that was performed on Lot D. Has that EIR expired? I mean, it's been nearly 5 years, or that's still effective, I guess, regarding how much that design might change?
Yeah. Kyle Ariano, Chief Assistant City Attorney. The EIR would not expire, however, depending on the nature of the project, we may have to reevaluate how accurately that analysis would continue to apply.
Okay, thank you. Packet page 173 implies that MidPenn's plan to have 4-story buildings is intended to mainly leverage the low-income housing tax credit program. And I was wondering why height matters for qualifying for that program.
I'd like to invite MidPenn to answer that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Felix Ao Young from MidPenn Housing. I'm the Vice President of Business Development. So in our response to the RFI, we were trying to take into consideration the height and context of the downtown. And with that, we suggested 4 stories might be appropriate. And with 4 stories and roughly 40 units, that would be the appropriate size for the 9% tax credit program specifically, because there are some allocation limits as to how big a project can be within that competition. However, I think that's not to say that we can't do a taller building with more units. We would have to shift into the 4% tax credit program, which allows for bigger projects, but it's a slightly different program and funding mechanism.
Okay, so it's just a different mechanism,
just
but
a thought.
the tax credits are still there.
Yes.
Great, thank you. I was curious about that. And then my next question will be for staff. So thank you for your answer. For staff, I've talked with some residents of downtown North who are concerned about the future of RPP in the downtown core, wondering what are the current plans for downtown core residential parking program. If you kind of give an update on that.
So I actually think the staff that would normally support us on this had a family engagement come up this evening. In general, I know that the transportation team is looking at parking in the downtown core, whether it be parking permits in the garages or the RPP districts, as they're reevaluating the parking needs and the efficiency of how parking is used post-COVID. So I can't speak to the specific plans, but I can assure you that it's on our minds. And as we move forward, or should the council provide us direction to move forward, either with affordable housing and or the parking, these are all part of the variables that staff would be taking into consideration in the further actions that we bring forward to council. We're really at an early stage in this, getting the refining direction so we can continue to move forward in these projects if that's what council wishes.
And one last question kind of regarding parking. If the housing is underparked at lot T, where we have then, if we were to approve that location for the housing, and that housing was underparked, the ability to be able to, I guess, reserve parking spaces within lot D, if that was a publicly owned parking garage, and our ability to be able to do that. Because I saw somewhere in the staff report where it mentioned possibility of residents being able to park there and walk to the housing site at lot T, and that part of the benefit there is it's about a 1 to 2 block walk.
Sure, let me try to respond to that. Potentially, yes, right. That was both of the project concepts contemplate some level of contribution by the housing development to offsite parking in a city garage. And so we would, of course, evaluate all of the different parking users for that garage, but reserved residential parking would likely be part of that design. So, as we do the math in terms of how many public spaces versus how many residential spaces, and any other potential restrictions that would apply to the use of those parking spaces, we would sort that out as we refine the project concepts.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of questions. First of all, I really appreciate the two proposals. We didn't give you a lot to go on, and you came back with a lot for us to study. So I really appreciate that, and obviously staff's analysis as well. I wonder if you could give me, you put up the slide, it was slide number 8, and it showed the parking, which is packet page 174. And I don't really see where it's broken down of pre-COVID and post-COVID and exactly what this is trying to tell us. I see the times of day and I see the supply, but I'm not seeing a comparison. This is just 10.5?
Yeah, we only have data from October 5th, 2023. The data from pre-COVID is shown differently, which is why it's not.
Yeah, I was expecting this table, although it's not titled, I was expecting it to do a comparison of pre and post to tell us where we are.
Yeah, some of the analysis is done in the staff report. Basically, this data shows that before 3 o'clock, the demand is lower than in 2019 pre-COVID.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, so this data is from October 5th, 2023, and basically the data from before 3 o'clock, so in the morning time till 3 o'clock, demand is lower than pre-COVID.
But you don't show that in the table.
Right, because then we only have data here from transportation from this day.
Okay.
And the data from pre-COVID is shown differently, and we thought that would confuse the data, so which is why we didn't.
Okay, I also didn't understand that comment about after 5 o'clock parking is free. So how does that impact this?
So after 5, parking is free, as you mentioned. So we think that that encourages people to use the parking in downtown at that time. And it's just more heavily utilized during that time. And we think after 3, the data shows that parking demand is generally similar to pre-COVID times.
Okay. You also reference parking policy and say that we should also redirect signage. We should have redirection signage to lots and a few other things. Isn't that already underway?
It is, and I think staff was just identifying that it's a multi-pronged approach. It's not just supply, but it's how you use the supply.
Okay. And then you note that in December 21, 2 years ago, council kind of moved away from Lot D, and now you're back to Lot D. So you must really like Lot D. Is it just because of the how full it is?
So I think if you see in the staff report, we basically have just identified that the council recommends staff resume the parking, if that's the will of the council, looking at Lot D or other lots. I think we as staff are not wed to Lot D at this moment and would want to look at the confluence of where would the housing be, would the council's direction be that you would want the housing to be parked or potentially underparked, and ultimately what's the volume of parking spaces that we would be looking at. All of this comes down to how much it's going to cost, right? And how much that pencils out, and ultimately, can we afford it?
Okay. And then the vice mayor asked a substantial amount of my questions on parking, which is obviously a critical aspect of this this whole analysis going forward for now and maybe for decades. First, I want to salute the experts in affordable housing who note that there is need for parking for BMR tenants. 0 parking space, which the state law allows with AB 297 within a half-mile rail just doesn't move the needle in terms of reality. So I salute their intention to make sure that we have parking for those residents, because they too have to go to jobs that are not accessible by a train. or to soccer games in the rain and so on. So this is a really important part of the planning for this in my judgment. Sorry, that was a bit of a comment. I didn't mean that. I was trying to stay with questions, but you listed the parking in Luffy now of about 131,000. That's your estimate?
That's the fee that's on the books right now.
Pardon me?
That's the fee that's on in our municipal fee schedule
Okay,
right
what's your estimated cost for an underground space?
now. Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. Do you have a rough thought process on that? Let me see if I can find you.
Sorry, good evening, council members. No, I don't have a rough estimate. I can give you, I guess I can give you a ballpark estimate. Actually, no, I can't at
Okay,
this
yeah,
time,
let's-
no.
let's deal
I'd
with-
just be
let's
guessing.
deal with the real numbers.
I will say that in parking in Luffy does take into account the cost it costs to build our most recent garage, which is the California Avenue garage, which does include 2 basement levels. So it is weighted a little bit for underground parking, but not much.
It's weighted for what?
Well, the total cost of the garage includes all levels of the parking and
No, but I'd like to get, eventually, you can send me the data later, all of us, the data. But I'd like to get to a comparison on that as we start the plan. And I'll get to a little bit of that later. But I did notice on packet page 179, your 400 Middlefield project was underground parking at 52,000, which I found to be extraordinarily low. So you might want to check that.
Yeah, so I think what I think I'm hearing you say, council member, is you're looking for the cost estimate specifically for a stall underground only. And most of these costs that you're seeing are a blended cost, just like Cal Ave, where there's some parking spaces above ground and some parking spaces below ground. So when we're looking at the total cost, it reflects a blend of both however many places there are below ground as well as the above ground capacity.
Okay.
So I think we would need to, as Assistant Director Boyd has identified, if you're looking for a specific for underground only, we'll need to go back and look at the data to see if we can isolate that for you.
Okay. And let's see, I think the next one, Vice Mayor handled. Just to confirm that well, never mind, no, we won't do that. And then you referenced things like funding from the state. Did you have any specific bills or programs in mind?
No, I think just we are acknowledging council's guidance to staff to continue to seek grant funding.
Okay.
And so we do continue to keep our eyes.
Yeah, we
available
would
for those.
definitely need to dig into that. I just didn't know if you had some top of mind ideas. Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So my first question may actually be answered on packet page 177.
Correct.
If all those responses pertain to Lot T, then it says that the property is not located in the ground floor retail and there's no recommendation to do that. So I think that's good and appropriate. I did want to talk about the lack of on-site parking in these proposals for Lot T. That's my understanding, correct? That there would not be parking on site under the way it's proposed?
So I think that's what staff is seeking guidance from council on this evening. So we had very broad guidance as part of this RFI to gain information. So as you see, both proposers had a wide variety of proposals, different opinions about the lots, the heights, parking. And so really staff has used that to inform our recommendation to you, which is where we would go refine this further.
Well, it says here, the initial project concepts contemplate off-site parking.
The proposals do, correct. But
That's what I was asking.
I see.
Okay, I want to be clear on that. And when you come back with costs, what I'd most like to see is not, we have the blended costs, but that's at what ratio? There's no fixed number when blending. You could have one level underground and 4 above. That's one blending. You could have 4 below and 1 above. That's a very different blending. We need to know the cost of above ground and below ground, and then we can use those numbers and figure out how to incorporate them in different scenarios. Because we know, even though we don't have that number, underground is significantly more expensive, which was one of the reasons why the Cal Ave garage and adding all that underground parking was not a very good idea in my mind. Under this scenario, I'm interested in at some level, some amount of above ground parking. So first I want to know under AB 2097, given that this is not a development that would be by zoning or by right, do we have the ability to require parking on site under AB 2097? Everybody's jumping in. Everyone wants to answer this one. Good.
I'll step in. So the idea is that it would be a partnership, right, between the city and the nonprofit, and so we can set the terms of how we want that to go.
That was my hope and understanding. But the staff report says, understanding that recent state law allows developments within a half-mile transit to be constructed, says with any, I think it means without any on-site parking. Council direction, whether to provide parking on site for the housing development will be better informed. Well, I don't get why that's relevant.
It's only provided for reference and to highlight the number of policy initiatives that the state has taken, and you can choose to follow that or set your own path.
Found it a bit confusing framed that way, but now we have the clarification. So I'm interested in above ground on-site parking as the way to deliver an affordable project with whatever is the appropriate amount of parking for affordable projects, and that parking on site. And maybe we could, and I'm also interested in looking at shared use of the parking for downtown purposes and for residents. We have often seen that, we can have shared use parking for residential and other uses. And the other consideration on reducing the demand for parking is something that I think is extremely important going forward and even going backward, which is that affordable housing residents should have transit passes as an automatic, ongoing provision of the affordable housing project. I think regionally we've been remiss in not incorporating that. VTA, we've now gone to the point of first step, which is 2 years of passes for any affordable housing development on our sites. I'm pushing for the permanent approach. I think it's really essential. It provides equity in transit availability, and it reduces parking demand. And these residents are probably more prone to use transit than other residents. And I will also note that we have, Alta Housing did a few years ago a table of all their affordable housing projects in the community to show the actual parking that was required versus normal parking standards. And virtually every one of the affordable housing projects for decades has had lower parking requirements than we would have had under normal zoning. What was missing from that analysis was the parking utilization rate. So we couldn't tell from that, okay, it was reduced parking, and was that completely adequate and you got 10% vacancy in the parking or whatever, or it's 100% filled and people are parking on the street and we underparked it. And we really need to know that information to make solid decisions on what kind of parking is needed for affordable housing projects. I think it can be significantly reduced based upon that historic pattern, but we need the utilization rate, and by driving it even lower on the demand by providing transit passes. So I just want to frame that going forward on all of our affordable housing projects. I think it's very important because parking very much drives the cost of a project, and below grade parking drives it even higher yet. Now that means we have a trade-off. If we're talking about parking on site, do we reduce the amount of housing or do we increase the height of the building? And I'll just say that we will later in the discussion want to look at how do we have some compatibility of the mass and scale of this building with its surroundings if we're going to allow greater height.
So let's keep it to questions. And Councilmember Burt's question actually was, what was parking utilization rate? Something that we should know. So Councilmember Liscott Haynes.
Okay, keep it to questions. I'll open my question asking with just commending staff and Alta and MidPenn for bringing us to this place where we're having this amazing conversation about infill housing in the downtown tonight. My specific questions, I agree with the question seeking clarity on parking costs, depending on whether they're below grade or at grade and part of the housing complex or separate, the importance of transit passes. Help me understand, Mr. Late. Where did he go? There he is. It's been a busy night for you. What you just said to Councilmember Burt about AB 2097, I didn't quite get. You said we'll have a partnership with the developer and we can do what we want on parking. And help me, no?
I may want to interject for Mr. Lee. So if you don't mind.
Well,
Councilmember,
I'm
please
asking, right? So we have a
finish your
state law that says parking cannot be required for housing developments within a half mile of transit. So are we talking about trying to circumvent that?
How do we square that up? Perfect, thank you. That's where I thought you were headed, which is why perhaps I might interject. I think what you saw in the staff report refers to basic requirements on what can be required of, let's say, a private property development. That's not what we're speaking to here because it is a city property that, as Mr. Late pointed out, we'd be able to negotiate terms of a development. So that's the real distinction. Here, we're talking about negotiating terms versus a regulatory matter that would be typical for any other property.
Okay.
Does that make sense, council member? The city wears two hats.
Yeah, thank you.
The city's a regulator and the city's also an owner and a maker.
I get it.
And in this case, we'd be the maker.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And we're clear that as we're the owner in this sense.
Yes.
Right.
Well, we would be perhaps a part or a joint owner.
Right.
And yes, in that regard, we can make the project that we want, that's right for our community and that we can afford, that meets our goals.
All right. Continuing on, impact fees. Typically, impact fees are roughly 15% of development costs. Do we waive the impact fee because this is planned to be, let's say we do 30 to 60% AMI?
I think our baseline assumption would be that we would not waive impact fees, but that would become part of the project costs. And so it would need to be reflected in the balance sheets.
And I'm
Just to be
gleaning,
clear,
yes.
sorry, Councilmember, that is in the pro forma of the RFIs. So you'll see that there are, if the facility was not parked, there are some assumptions or estimates that the developers included for parking in lieu, not impact in lieu fees in this instance. But again, those are all some of the details that we would iron out in the future.
Okay, thank you. I'm gleaning that though we have 12 parking lots, we're talking about kind of moving incrementally 1, 2, 3. We're going to maybe approve in the coming months going forward on one lot or another. And I'm just wondering, what is the articulated constraint about, how many we can do at once? I understand we're talking about a lot of money, but is it sort of let's try and iterate and learn from it and then do the next one and so on? Is there an argument in favor of exploring a number at once and getting stuff built?
There is, and I would say a key constraint there is collective bandwidth. So as the council is beginning to wrestle with respect to Lot T, there are a number of dimensions to be defined that would enable any prospective partner to give us their best proposal. So that's one dimension. The other, as was part of the earlier discussion, is a recognition of existing parking demand as well as future parking demand, whether it's forecasts or expectations, and to manage the disruption to that side of our community needs, also a key consideration.
Thank you. I'm almost out of time. I have one more question for the potential developers. Is that all right, Madam Mayor? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'd love to hear from both Alta and Mid-Penn on the height limit. I noticed that Alta was proposing, I think, 3 projects at 70 feet or so, whereas Mid-Penn was proposing keeping their projects at 4 stories. And we've had some urging from the community, from Palo Alto Forward in particular, I think, that given that this is infill, given that it's our downtown, there are a lot of tall buildings there, that this is the place to go higher. So I'd love to hear from Alta and from Mid-Penn as to how high would you go at this moment in our city, if you could?
Good evening, council members. Carlos Castellanos, Vice President, Real Estate Development at Alta Housing. In our proposal, we were just exploring different heights. These are heights that we see in other typical developments that we do. In terms of how high we could go, it is also a factor of different building construction types. And so, and those are things that we would like to explore further with the city, because the costs are changing as the economy. Sometimes it's hard to do the typical type construction. So we would be open to, I don't have a specific answer, but just to give you a sense of why ours was that particular height, that was a very typical building type that we use, a 1-story podium concrete with 5-story of wood frame above. So that was the reason we did that.
Thanks, Carlos. So I think that for the RFI, we were in a vacuum trying to think about what's appropriate for the downtown. And without having the ability to do community outreach, we don't have a sense of what the height ought to be. So I think that's going to be part of that process. But like, per what Carlos just said, I think 5/1 is very typical, for this suburban kind of infill environment. And I would add that, we have experience going all the way up to 85 feet, which is, there's a couple of thresholds for building life safety. So fire will say, like there are different requirements. 55 feet is one of those heights. And then 85 feet is the next step. So we can do 55, we can go over that, we can go all the way up to 85. We're building 2 projects in downtown San Francisco that's 85 feet. Those are all fair game, but that really depends on community acceptance.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
I have, sorry, if I have some thoughts on the parking and the subterranean and circulation, if you want to, if I can
Go ahead.
share. Okay. I think a major constraint on that is going to be the site geometry. So many of the downtown lots are fairly narrow. So when you think about driving into a parking garage, and particularly a subterranean one, you need a ramp to get down there. And by the time you build that ramp, there's nowhere to turn around to kind of double load an aisle. So your cost per stall is going to vary greatly depending on your site geometry. If you have the perfect site where you're exactly double loaded all the way around, that is going to be your most efficient structure. But these downtown sites are a little bit too narrow for that. So they're going to be very specifically designed, for subterranean or above ground. And it's, that's the challenge here. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you for providing that parking perspective for our lots here. I'm sorry to bring you back up, but then in the RFI, Mid-Penn has indicated 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. Alta provided approximate square footage for these units. Could you give us an idea what type of square footage you would be providing for the 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms?
Sure. Again, I think that's gonna really depend on the community outreach. I think different communities will have different thoughts around unit sizes and square footages. What's typical, I think, is around 550 for 1 bedrooms, probably around 750 for a 2-bed, and around 1,000 square feet or so for 3 bedrooms for very efficient sizes. But even the unit mix, like, so I think if the town says we care more about larger units than number of units, you're working off the same kind of square footage in the building that's available to you, but you can cut the room or cut the apartments differently so that you can have more 2 bedrooms, for example, if that's where the demand is. That will yield fewer units, but then you kind of meet the need that you have in the community. So I think all of that will come through a community outreach process.
Thank you, sir. I had a question for staff, which I'm not remembering, but I'll go back to that. So let's go to public comments. We're going to go for 2 minutes, please, and stop taking any more speakers after the first speaker finishes.
Our first speaker is Brad E.
Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and members of the City Council. My name is Brad Hickian, and I am a partner with Premier Properties. We manage over 80 commercial buildings in Palo Alto and 50 in downtown. We represent tenants and property owners. I'm here today to provide feedback from what I'm hearing. When it comes to successful retail, parking is the lifeblood. The conversation has been ongoing from various street closure debates and parking discussions. While we are working to mode shift and encourage alternative modes of transportation, the recent Palo Alto study showed that the vast majority of commuters and shoppers drive downtown, even if it's just a few blocks away. I agree with staff that if we remove parking, we need to replace it. With that said, we need distributed parking throughout downtown, not just one massive lot at the end of town. If you look at Stanford or any other successful mall, even distribution of parking is vital to the retailer's success. Furthermore, I would encourage staff to just relook at the parking data. The city's data that we're basing our decision on is data that was collected just before businesses required 3 days in office work per week. While it's true that during the pandemic, we had a supply of parking, today shows a much different story. In fact, recently it's become very difficult to park in our garages, mainly because they're full. I know because I drive in them, I drive up, can't find a stall, I come out and I get a parking ticket. Parking availability needs to be adequate for peak demand, not average or weekly totals. Tuesday to Thursday in office is already the new minimum in office. Our parking utilization count needs to be updated and needs to consider the day of the week. Also, keep in mind, there may be some fully remote companies currently downtown, but as the leases end, every remote company will be replaced by companies requiring 3 or more
Your time
workdays a
is
week.
up. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michael Q.
Hello, thank you, everyone. I'd like to remind everyone of Councilmember Stone's very prescient comment last time about where we stand with regard to the state and the housing element. As of now, Palo Alto remains uncertified. And even if the town is to have the housing element certified to remain that way, we must, as we move from the phase we're in now, where we're planning to building and actually creating the units we promised the state to remain in compliance. San Francisco was just moved up to annual review. It happened very suddenly. It happened in one line and one bill. But I think it would be foolish for us to believe that that could not, in some way, shape, or form, happen to us. I would remind everyone, 827, SB 827 died in committee. SB 50 was held in a pocket veto. It was eventually pulled out by the leader of the California State Senate. The most recent bill, SB 423, passed, I think, with 75% of yay votes in both houses in the legislature. And despite some members of council belief that they're going to go to Sacramento and hold the tide with a broom, I don't think that this dynamic is going to change. I would encourage council to take this opportunity to create as many affordable quality units downtown as we possibly can, while we still can, while the window is open, and while we'll count towards the element. And while I understand the perspective of people who represent retail, which I can say as a former banker is a very, very tough sector to be in right now, that is not the future. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy A.
Good evening, Council. Amy Ashton, Executive Director, Palo Alto Forward, and you all know why I'm here. Housing on city-owned parking lots checks all the boxes. It's affordable housing, right location, near transit and jobs. It's absolutely beautiful. And I'm here to urge you to think more and bigger. Our housing need is that great. On a personal note, I'm part of the Stanford Housing Justice Working Group, and our partners providing services to our unhoused community recently requested donations. They asked for two things, mobility devices, walkers and canes, not e-scooters. They also asked for gift cards to cafes where folks can go and sit for long periods because our homeless population is aging quickly. And this is a sad reality. So tonight, I'm asking for your vision and your compassion. Work with these developers, give them an opportunity to go higher, build more units. There are at least 9 buildings within a half a mile of these sites that are 90, 120, 240 feet high. Allow them to go bigger and build more family, workforce, senior housing. We get one shot at this. It's so important. Let's make it great. Let's house more of our community. And as I've said before, Palo Alto Forward will be here to continue to educate and advocate. We hope to make these higher heights and more housing, all these decisions easier for all of you. Thank you. And there is a 2017 City of Palo Alto parking study that compares transit development to affordable development based on location. I can send it out, but it's a great comparison of parking ratios based on what's required and what the uptake is. So we have that data. It's a little old, but it is there.
Our next speaker is Patty I.
Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Patty Irish and I live at 850 Webster Street. I support using downtown parking lots to build subsidized affordable housing. The need is urgent to provide housing for many of the workers who provide the services for our area employers. And we will need even more in the future. I live at Channing House on Webster and served on the board for 9 years. We have 175 employees. Many would qualify for affordable housing, and many of them drive over an hour to come to work. We will need more in our future too. As you know, these projects take time to complete. Funding is complex. I hope you will act very efficiently as the need is great. The sites you are considering in our downtown are excellent. They are near transportation, jobs, services, and schools. Also, I believe I read Alta Housing was proposing to include public space in their application for senior housing on the parking lot near Avenidas. This public space might be large enough for the noon meal plan provided for seniors that does not presently have a permanent downtown location to serve them. Please move quickly and positively on some of these sites so that we might actually produce needed housing in the next 2 to 3 years. Thank you for your serious consideration for the need to act and act now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcia P.
Good evening. I'm Marcia Pugsley, and I'm a resident trustee on Channing House's Board of Directors, and I'm speaking on behalf of Rhonda Beckedahl, our CEO. Her letter to you, dear Madam Mayor and council members, I'm writing in support of using downtown parking lots to build subsidized affordable housing. I am the CEO of Channing House, where 175 hardworking individuals are employed in positions such as housekeeping, dining services, maintenance, and nursing assistance. While these employees provide critical services to the 250 longtime residents of Palo Alto who now reside at Channing House, their wages do not provide the opportunity to live in Palo Alto without more affordable housing options. Our employees find it necessary to commute further and further distances in order to afford adequate housing for their families. This exacerbates the staffing challenges that we are already facing as a nonprofit long-term care provider. Local affordable housing would reduce the number of vehicles on the road, as more employees would be able to walk, bike, or use public transportation. This would benefit efforts to reduce pollution. It would also drastically reduce the number of vehicles parking in the neighborhoods surrounding Channing House. Your prompt attention to this need would greatly help our efforts to recruit employees who are critical to the very important services that we provide at Channing House. Signed, Rhonda Beckedahl.
Our next speaker is Adam S.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak tonight. Thank you to the staff and the proposals from the NGOs. I approach this issue as someone who's lived in this community for 9 years, and the really striking thing about it is just how hard it is for everybody to find a home. It's a problem for my mother, for my children, for my neighbors, for my friends who live here, friends who want to move here. And I can't emphasize enough how important it is to me that we build more homes. This location that we're talking about today is an outstanding location to put a lot of homes. It's right next to downtown. It's near transit. It's near amenities. And I really suggest that we go big. I live right next to Channing House, more than 140 feet tall, and it's totally fine. I live a half mile from the location we're talking about. I think it would be great to see a 140-foot building there. I think that it is important that we increase density. I think it is important that we minimize the parking requirements, let the developers figure out how much the demand is there without the city imposing it. This is a great opportunity to make a big step forward. My last point is that we really need to lift the limits throughout the downtown area and at California and on Camino so that we can let buildings get built without having to have this much process and analysis and delay and expense building by building, but rather to allow taller buildings, denser buildings get built as of right. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Avro S.
Honorable Mayor Koo, City Council members. My name is Avro Shah, and I'm a student at the Palo Alto High School, and I'm here today on behalf of PASC. I'm here to establish PASC's support for affordable and dense housing projects, especially this. PASC extends our support to adding more housing downtown, especially with 100% electrification in these new units. Something that stood out to me with the location of the proposal was just seeing how many children could go to schools, seeing just how many schools in Palo Alto, the attendance and enrollment just keeps on declining. I mean, I'd give a personal example. Just watching my elementary school go from 4 teachers per subject to 3 to 2. And it just shows me how evident that Palo Alto needs new, dense, and affordable housing, while being careful to extend such opportunities in an equitable and eco-friendly way. In the past, I've given public comment about the importance of dense housing in Palo Alto, and I just want to reiterate the sheer importance of providing housing, especially in such a cruel location, to the many well-deserving and hardworking teachers, local business employees, and others. There are many, many people who could benefit from such developments, and PASC understands this importance. So yes, let's give children access to quality education. Yes, let's allow teachers and other commuters to live here in this beautiful city. And yes, let's stand with the environment and move forward with creating a better future for everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hamilton H.
Hi. As a former member of the Housing Element Working Group, I wanted to share a few thoughts in sort of random order. These projects provide much lower cost housing because they are using city lands and nonprofit housing builders. We should not be using public lands to build ground floor retail. We should fully utilize this very valuable land downtown by utilizing the underground levels, whether it's for housing or parking. While I think on-site parking is a good idea, I think ground floor parking under these new structures is very ugly and not conducive to community. We need enough parking to support these new residents and retail. How is not giving these low-income residents enough parking social equity? We also need enough parking for future large underparked multifamily buildings downtown. I think the city should be helping out here with funds. They could subsidize the delta between below ground and above ground parking. I do agree with council. We need to know what that delta is. I think it also does depend on the size of the site, but that land underneath, ground under the first level, maybe the second level, is very valuable. It should be utilized. I also support staff's work on resuming their work on Lot A, Emerson Litton parking garage, which is already being used at 100% at noon and 6 p.m. In summary, the goals of low-income housing, parking, and the health of retail are supported and mutually complementary given this approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Randy M.R.
What? You want Palo Alto should look like Queens? What's wrong with Queens? Nothing that a bit of advanced planning wouldn't have helped. Let me back up. I can speak from the heart to the need for housing, affordable and available. Once upon a time, Condi Rice and I were neighbors, cup of sugar borrowing neighbors. My oldest son and Condi integrated the pool in the faculty ghetto. But as we learn, life turns on a dime. I spent 7 years on the waiting list for below market housing, 7 years in a studio, 1 room rental. But finally, thanks to COVID and the availability of a unit on a 3rd floor without an elevator, I'm one of the fortunate few now to own a place of my own, a parking spot from which I drive to school where I continue to work full time. So I can speak from the heart to the need for housing, affordable and available, and parking. Palo Alto has been at the vanguard of so much. Our values, or rather our alleged values, our smarts, moreover our heart smarts, are known nationwide. So what's happened? People happened, traffic happened, and well, yeah, that also happened too. Fortunately, some builders in a certain grocery store figured out that in Palo Alto, there's nowhere else to go but up. No place to go but up besides Professorville, the airport, the Baylands, the rolling hills beyond the Stanford Dish, the sacred lands. Our workers, students, children need housing, affordable, buildable housing, and dedicated parking with trees. Consider a pyramid, a right-angle pyramid. Consider the top. Consider the base. The base is expansive. Without a strong base, the top topples. So every top needs a bottom. Consider our workers, teachers, students, our people. So you want Palo Alto should look like Queens? Yes, only with more trees. So, for instance, downtown could sport a Champs-Élysées. Build, babies, build. Build, baby, build.
Our next speaker is John S.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is John Shank with Thwaites Brothers. I submitted an email to you earlier and want to highlight a few salient points. We're pro-housing, but we ask that you pause and direct staff to more thoroughly study the health of downtown businesses and the seriously negative impacts the proposal that is before you will have. Thwaites Brothers has been a contributing member of our downtown neighborhood for almost 140 years. We opened the first shoe store with hitching posts for our customers' parking needs. Convenient and sufficient parking was as important to retail success then as it is today. We have 18 retailers as tenants of ours today, and we need to keep them healthy. While housing is much needed, you cannot support a concept that will give away one of our most valuable assets, and that being well-located and dispersed parking. Having a well-distributed parking system to support a vibrant retail core is critical for our downtown. Retailers at the Stanford Shopping Center, Town and Country, and other successful centers build into their leases the number of parking stalls and where they will be maintained, as it is their lifeline to customers. To have that not be a part of today's conversation is ridiculous. Lot T is a terrible location for a dense development. I understand the developer's desire, but being on the downtown's most narrow street makes the inevitable impacts on neighbors even more harmful. Many consider Kipling an historic district, as the old homes that line the north side of the street have charm and stand in stark contrast to the newer, more modern and taller buildings throughout the rest of downtown. The retailers in these buildings need Lot T for their customers, as well as for it to be a reason for the public to walk back and forth from University to Lytton. Please engage with us. Please get all the facts. Think about why we have a downtown. It's the retail core. And if we don't take care of it, we won't have it at all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott O.
Hi, I'm speaking for myself tonight. I've seen no surer sign that the politics of housing are shifting incredibly quickly than a recent Nextdoor thread started to complain about the new Molly Stone's tower proposal. The discussion was amazing. Measuring by reactions, the audience favored pro-housing comments over the more residentialist-leaning ones by about 6-1 in the parts of the thread that were getting the most eyeballs. Now, I'm sure I don't need to tell you Nextdoor is the most residentialist of social media outlets, and the topic was a high-rise, not in the neighborhood association sense of saying a townhome is a high-rise to agitate against it, but under all of the technical definitions I can find. Opponents are losing hearts and minds on that ground, in that venue, in our town. This is a hunger for housing, folks. You're hearing it in the comments here these nights too, I note. This action tonight reminds me of another recent moment. This council initially approved the Bayshore Home Key project at 2 stories. Later, applicants wanted more height to make the space more pleasant. Council then asked if, while adding height, they could increase units to help more people. No, it was too late. The project was too far along to reconsider scope, only form. Appetites had shifted, but the moment had been missed. This coming up tonight is a precious opportunity. Staff is asking for direction on density, so there isn't too much inertia yet. If you want a project sized to meet the burgeoning housing hunger in Palo Alto, now is the time to ask for that shift in direction. And from what I'm seeing out in the wild, and here in chambers to some extent, I'd encourage you to push your too modest prospective partners to think more on the scale of Molly Stone's. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item 8.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back to council for comments, further questions, and motions. Councilmember Lifcott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start by thanking Pally student and past member Avro Shah for being here tonight as a high school student and for making the excellent point that infill housing in the downtown will replenish our elementary schools in the north part of the city with children. And there's no better way to make a city thrive than to have a full set of elementary schools. I'd like to comment that I love that Alta is looking at 30 to 60% AMI. I think Mid-Penn is looking at 30 to 80. I love the idea of folks in that income range being in the heart of our city with access to transit and grocery, retail, art, and schools. We do also need housing for the missing middle, what we call workforce housing. And so I, for one, am deeply interested in exploring on all of these fronts. And I hope that we will move in that direction. I am not clear as to whether I think housing and parking should be on the same lot. And here's one reason why. There's a public appetite that I'm hearing in the community for a senior housing development, perhaps on the lot nearest Avenidas. And seniors don't tend to have a whole lot of vehicles. So I think we want to be thoughtful about the extent to which we're designating a particular community to be in a particular development. That said, I think we ought to build a lot of housing and not restrict it to seniors or any particular person. That is, we ought to have an inventory that allows the humans who want to live here because they work near here to go wherever it is feels right for them. So I think there's a tremendous complexity here, but we are on the right trajectory. And as I think I've already stated, the height limit is something that I hope we will lean into. There is probably no better place for a collection of higher heights than in our downtown. Given the buildings that are already there, given the proximity to transit, this is where we, I think, most suitably upzone our city. So I encourage our partners who we're delighted to have in this work to dream big. It feels as if the conversation is changing, and we're grateful for your partnership. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Delighted to see this item come to council. Since I served on the Housing Element Working Group, like Mr. Hitchings, who spoke, and about 20 others, I've been a proponent around this concept to advance affordable housing in a cost-efficient way for the developers. And so the idea that we had in the Housing Working Group was, can we get council interested in this conceptually, and then increase the total number of parking spaces on a given lot for the people, and at least as much as was already there. Well, as you see, council got interested in it a couple years ago, and as these two initial proposals demonstrate, we definitely have interest. So great to hear that from the two. And again, we didn't give much to go on, and we got a lot back. So really appreciate that. That said, this expressed interest is something we need to move forward on. I think, right away, I agree with that. But we're also, looking at another bunch of considerations I just want to tick off, because this is what we have to look at. Alta, for example, is proposing about 3 projects on 3 parking lots, about 200 plus units, requiring 2 more lots for offsite parking and no parking on site. Once again, I'm saying this is their first draft. We got a lot of discussions to do. I'm not worried about that. But we have to ask ourselves the questions, is 5 lots and 200 units the right ROI? It might be, but we don't just automatically have to do that. We have to figure out the ROI. And Mid-Penn, I think, wants to use most of all the parking lots right now for about 250 units. So it's a big deal that we're talking about here. The lease proposal for the city is a massive $1 a year in revenue. We still need to commit, 6 to 8 million per project, which is in the range of 50 million or so. Current parking, as we've discussed tonight, demand is fuzzy and somewhat unpredictable. So how do we move forward? these proposals obviously work, as was said, I think by a couple of public speakers, because of the land value on a low price. And that's fine. That's exactly how we intended it on council and the working group. Empty land anywhere in Palo Alto to build on is a luxury. But empty land on a no or low cost basis is a gold mine. So we just need to make sure we're good stewards of this finite resource that's worth a lot of money. And we have to apply it in the ways that make some sense. So let me get specifically to the staff proposal. And I want to start first with item number 2, back into the parking issue. Generally, I agree. I think we should pick a lot now and move forward on the first project, and let's plan it and execute it for optimal and balanced benefits. I don't think that we need tonight certainly to commit to building on all of our downtown lots. For a number of reasons, including the fact that we do need more parking downtown over time, and the total amount of money needed isn't going to be raised in one big glob. So parsing these things out and pacing this thing out, I think is a requirement. In 2A, staff asked us the question, let's see, do we want 100% affordable housing or an alternative such as workforce housing? That's exactly the right question. And I really appreciate staff for calling that out. Workforce housing was mentioned by Alta. I think we should look at that with them and others. And we don't really have any proposals, because we didn't ask for them, for anything besides pure affordable housing for a lot of reasons, including that's the way those folks get these things financed. But we all know that really socially, it's better if we have a mix of income levels in any given new building of residents. So it's not just lower BMR residents. So I'd like to see if we can get that on one or more of the possible parking sites that we're looking at, so we can really do equity here. And I think we should reach out to get a couple more proposals on like a high affordable housing component, maybe 50%. To start with, and workforce housing or some other kind of housing above 80% AMI. And also, as I mentioned, Alta wants to take a look at this anyway, because that just gives us more choices to look at. And when you're looking at the profit that comes out of the incremental profit that comes out of workforce or some other kind of, you got more money to work with, potentially even on below ground parking. So that gets me to the real complex problem here, which I think is parking, not because I think it has to be at the old ratios or anything like that. I just think that, again, it's the scarcity of open city land that should guide us here. And frankly, the more parking lots we build and fill them up with cars, the less housing we build. It's pretty simple. So I do think that we need to take the long term on this, see what it takes to fund some underground parking to get to a blended rate that we've been talking about here. And we have to have the real numbers to start with. So I tried to ask on those earlier. I'm not naive. I know these are much bigger numbers to fund, but we have to take a strategic approach if we're looking at, over time, maybe 10 parking lots. So let's do the math with interested developers and see what we come up with. So with respect to then 2B, you talk about height and density, which staff asked about. I agree. We have to go down probably for parking, and we have to go up probably for maybe another floor. And it seems like Councilmember Byrd is going to talk about compatibility in a given area of downtown, which is what I would totally support. And we can get some height that way, and we should look at that in terms of the mixture we can get. Because to the question of, do we want small units or large units? The answer is yes. But what we really want is to house as many people who need affordable housing. So that includes families and single persons and so on, and we want to mix. And then, I think going back up to number 1, if it works out that the components that you're proposing here of T and D are the best functional thing we should do, then I'd be able to support that. But the other thing is that, we do know that we are going to need more parking downtown for things other than just spillover parking due to the new state law in other projects that need space. But I think it's very valid for our businesses to consider, we're staging a comeback here and after the pandemic. I think we have to stay on that and do the data, as some of the speakers talked about here, and include that in our outreach as well. So I'm generally supportive with the comments that I've made of the staff proposal. I'd like to see staff take it to the next level on some of these options here, and perhaps ideally in conjunction with the housing committee, because we're dealing with this all the time anyway, and see what we can do. So multiple proposals from existing folks to do some of these iterations here on what if you give us another floor, what can we do? What if it's 50% below grade? Just kind of doing some what if analyses. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to staff and everybody that's worked on this and the 2 RFIs that we've received. I've been looking forward to this coming back to us for years. And a couple of years ago, meeting with Peter Balte and David Hirsch about their ideas about having affordable housing on city-owned parking lots. And I was excited about the idea now and thrilled to be able to see this moving forward. To kind of work through, I guess, this kind of what the staff recommendation and what we're looking for. Agree with all the comments tonight on needing to create a parking structure to be able to meet the growing demand and the loss of supply of parking that we're going to have here. Completely agree. We need to have that. We need to have that data. But as Councilmember Lowing said, land is scarce in downtown. We need to make best use of it. So looking forward to seeing what we can do there. I mean, ultimately, that Lot D makes a lot of sense to me. We have the EIR completed. We're able to kind of stay within the framework of what was originally ideated. That'd be a great cost saver and be able to expedite this process as well. If we're going to stick with the plan of building the parking first and then the housing, we want to get to that housing as quickly as we can. But I think the logic of building that parking lot is sound. And so any way we can expedite that, which seems is possible given the design and any EIR is there, I'm eager for that. On the actual housing piece, I think Lot T makes a lot of sense, but interested in what else is out there and kind of hearing from the experts. But I think that location works well. It's 1 block away from a public park, 1 to 2 blocks away from Lot D, and of course, next to all the amenities and public transportation, et cetera. I'm much more interested in the affordable housing piece over the workforce housing for a variety of reasons, but in particular, if we go for workforce housing, we're going to lose a lot of city funding through tax credit eligibility, and that makes me nervous. But if we're going to look at some sort of combination, understanding what the impacts of that is going to be, make sense. I agree, best to have that housing mixed. But also, I think new housing projects in downtown are just naturally going to be in areas where people are already going to be mixing and kind of living together. So I'm less concerned about that being in a more densely populated area of the city rather than more isolated areas where that isolation is going to be, I think, going to have a greater impact. Height, agree with what Councilmember Burt was saying. I think the context is going to be really important, but also this is an area where we can definitely go bigger. And I think the future of downtown is going to be greater development and greater height. We already have existing buildings that have far exceeded what our current height limit is for a long time. I'm not suggesting we're going to go as high as some of those existing buildings today, but kind of understanding what that means. I think as Councilmember Lowing said, what does it mean if we go up an additional floor or so? So I'm comfortable with where I think where Alta kind of proposed within the 60 to 70 feet, but we're already exploring options of moving up to 85 around the city, looking at what that could look like if we were to go up to 85 feet on some of these lots. Density, I'm always supportive of high density, but also kind of recognizing what does that mean for the type of units that we're going to get. If we want to get families in there who are going to fill up the schools in North Palo Alto, we're not going to do that with studios and one bedrooms. And so being realistic with that and seeing what we can do there. And then finally on the parking piece, I think in particular for low income housing, it's really important that we are providing on-site parking for a variety of reasons. One, there's been a lot of studies done on low income residents in California and car ownership. And car ownership has been on the rise for low income residents in California, where many other groups has been on the decline. Only 20% of low income Californians who live below the poverty level don't own cars. And I found this, just interesting study. I'll just quote from UCLA. It really kind of talks about, and I think this study is really helpful for understanding too our kind of unique condition here in Palo Alto. Study titled "Driving to Opportunity: Understanding the Links Among Transportation Access, Residential Outcomes, and Economic Opportunity for Housing Voucher Recipients" examined low-income families in 10 cities who participated in 2 federal housing voucher programs. According to the study, housing voucher recipients with cars lived and remained in higher opportunity neighborhoods. Data from participants in the Moving to Opportunity Housing Voucher Program showed that those with cars were twice as likely to find a job and 4 times as likely to stay employed. Study notes that this is not necessarily because cars are better than mass transit, but because public transit systems are usually slower or insufficient in metropolitan areas. I think that's spot on for Palo Alto. We are a place of it's a high opportunity community, high opportunity neighborhoods. And unfortunately, we all know some of the flaws with our public transportation here in the Bay Area. Exciting to see a lot of the future growth and opportunities that we have in that area. We're just not there. So making sure that we are providing the parking, advocating for solutions, as Councilmember Burt suggested, ensuring that we are providing public transportation passes. I think all of that will go a long way. But I am concerned about the equity issue that really I think the state is promoting for a while, of saying, well, low income, they don't need parking. The data does not support that at all. And I would be concerned too about an equity issue of saying, well, you don't need parking on site here. You could park in a parking garage 2 blocks away and walk to work. So not saying we need to have the same kind of parking standards that we have in other developments. And there are opportunities here being close to public transportation, but being realistic about that and not creating inequality along the way, making sure that these residents are going to be successful. So I think that's where I stand, and I know I'm over time, so I'm interested to follow the rest of the conversation.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. And thank you to Vice Mayor for bringing forward that data, because, we can all talk about what we want and wish, but we have to balance that with the economic realities and the social realities. So I want to ask one quick question, if staff can answer it, is at what AMI do the affordable housing developers, maybe it's folks from MidPenn or otherwise can answer this, are you not eligible for the tax credits? Is there a threshold there? Staff? Oh, Director Late may know the answer.
I'm not the best one in the room to answer this question, but I will tell you, feel free to come on up, but it's in that 80% range, and it depends on which program you're going with. You have to have a certain percent that's at lower income to be eligible for different tax credits, but 80%, I believe.
That's correct. So 80% is the high for tax credits, and then as a project, you have to average 59% for 4% tax credits and 50% for 9% tax credit programs.
Okay, thank you. So I agree that having the mix of income levels is really desirable. So I'd want to support as great of a mix as we can have and still have the developers be able to tap into the essential tax credits, which I will add. The funding of these projects is really critical. And we are supplying the land. And we now have, for our multiple affordable housing projects in the pipeline, we have a real demand for the increased funding that we have for affordable housing because of the business tax. I wish that we had had greater support from our members, certain members of our housing advocacy and affordable housing community for that business tax that has added $3 million a year to our affordable housing fund. But we do have, I want to note, just framing this, this project didn't come forward because the affordable housing developers did. This came forward because the council in December 2021 enthusiastically pushed for this and pushed for overwhelmingly affordable housing projects against what was an alternative offered for staff of a mixture of market rate and affordable housing. And we right now have the biggest pipeline of affordable housing projects that we've had in at least 30 years. And I don't know how much longer than that. We have the transitional housing project Home Key. We have the teacher housing at the county courthouse. At Charleston, we have the disabled adult housing. We have the charities housing for extremely and very low income on El Camino that just received $13 million from Measure A. And then those are all the ones that are active in the pipeline. And then we have the submittal for an El Camino teacher housing project on the Sobrato site, 1.1 acres dedicated to affordable housing. And then these sites, so these next three projects. That is an incredible amount of affordable housing in the pipeline. I think it's more than I'm aware of in any other community right now. We've really ramped this up. So on the basic issues that the staff was asking us on recommendations, we hit the 100% affordable question. Second, allowing height and or density. And I think it is important to have a certain amount of parking on site. I think it would be very valuable if that parking can be a combination of parking for the residents and for downtown retail and otherwise use based on time of day sharing. I am open to increasing the height. And what I think would be important is that if we increased it 1 or 2 stories, that the top 2 stories, 1 to 2 stories, have a setback so that the sense of scale and the human scale on the street may only be the 4 stories, but it may actually be a 6-story building. And that setback provides a common open space that otherwise the project would not have of a rooftop open space. So it achieves multiple aims. I also want to encourage everyone to appreciate what I think John Schenk brought up. Kipling actually is a street that on the east side has really wonderful historic craftsman style homes. So we're going to have an abrupt transition for a project like this, but we should look at how we can have as good of transition and sensitivity as possible. And I think those top stories being set back is a way to do that. For the economics of the project, I will get those numbers back on the cost of below grade parking versus at grade. But I believe that having the parking at grade, including, as we heard on the issue of the circulation of an underground parking, that we would lose so many spaces. They're not only more expensive to build, but you get fewer of them, so you amortize that cost over fewer spaces because the circulation on a rectangular lot like this. But having the first floor being parking, I think, is probably the right solution. And so that's what I'd really encourage us to give direction on. That's all. We're not being asked to make decisions tonight, but kind of additional direction. So I think all those things are quite important. On the amount of parking, what is not right, we want to reduce demand for parking, but not externalize that demand onto others. We want to figure out ways that we support having less car use and less car demand, but that we provide the parking that's actually needed once we've reduced that. And then as far as the first question of staff on Lot D on Hamilton, I don't see how we go forward. The amount of dollars in the parking in lieu fund, I believe, should eventually be applied to additional parking. Those were in lieu dollars that those developers paid for that purpose. And even though I'm not convinced, and some of them are not convinced, that we need additional parking in the downtown at this time to meet the current development in downtown, it's just not there, and it's going to be a while before we're going to have that need. Those dollars should only be used for that purpose eventually. But they won't pay for that big garage on Lot D. That's why it got tabled. And I am against using millions, tens of millions of dollars in general fund dollars to subsidize parking for office in the downtown area. And Lot D is a big parcel. So the only way I would envision using the in lieu dollars for Lot D eventually would be a combination of parking and affordable housing on that project at a future date. After we move forward with this one, that would be something to consider. But at this point in time, I don't think there's a need nor the money to go forward with building that garage on Lot D of hundreds of parking spaces that were there. And trying to come up with city dollars to do that. I'd rather spend the dollars on subsidizing affordable housing rather than subsidizing downtown office developers. And I'll just note that as far as the business community, affordable housing supports the needs of the business community. As we heard from Channing House, but it's the same story in all those downtown businesses and all the businesses in the community. That was one of the arguments for the business tax. It not only is right socially, it's actually right for the economic vibrancy of our community that the business community cares about. So I hope that they'll support us on that. And thank you. I'm willing to make a motion if at a point in time, but go ahead.
Actually, can you hold the motion because I see two more lights and they haven't spoken. Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the members of the public, and I know it's getting late, so thank you for coming out, and to staff, and of course the NGOs for your work on this. First of all, I think we want a downtown with vibrant retail. We think we want a downtown where there's no retail. So I think that's critical. And I think the comment about the distribution of parking is critical as well. Retail is about convenience. If you make it really tough, you make people walk really long distances, they're not going to want to shop here. And if you look at the other areas like Stafford Shopping Center, you look at other cities, if you don't have a competitive retail area, you're going to have vacancies, right? And we're having vacancies already. So I think whatever we do, I think it's really critical that we actually increase the parking, not decrease it. I don't want us to be throttling our businesses, especially our retail business, and having spillover traffic into our neighborhoods. So I think whatever the plan happens to be, and I think there's largely agreement here on council, we need to make sure that the distribution of parking, we have that still, because I think that's actually a key competitive advantage, and that we have hopefully more parking, not less. The second point I'd like to make is higher heights. So I'm glad to hear that, at least from the majority of my colleagues, I think there's somewhat of a idea of higher heights downtown. Maybe we have different sense of how much height. I, for one, think that downtown is a great opportunity to have much higher density. I think it's a lost opportunity. There's a lot more economic vitality we get through that. That helps basically everyone. But of course, that has to be supported by having sufficient parking. So I think it's a lost opportunity if we don't actually have higher density in our downtowns. Let me move to my third point, which is city economics. So unlike Mountain View, which, as you guys might know, its third largest revenue is its lease, right? So it leases a lot, it has a lot of land, and it makes a lot of money from this land. Unfortunately, our city, in contrast, doesn't. And as you can tell, we have sometimes revenue shortfalls. And I think we need to manage our property better. You know, our downtown lots are not free land. It's not worth nothing. It's actually incredibly valuable. Downtown property, as anyone knows who looks at how much dollars per square foot, it is incredibly valued. So for us to give away for $1 or something nominal is not appropriate to the people of the city, to the residents, to the taxpaying citizens. We owe it to them to make sure that this property is used properly. And so I think that I think, you know, if you could, and I said this many times, we have to think about how do we get the biggest bang for the buck? We could literally monetize some of the property downtown and build many more units, many more people could be helped with affordable housing in other places of the city. Or the other way to think about it is if we build market rate units downtown, some of that funding can also be used to, well, first of all, by building more units in downtown, it frees up other units in other parts of the city that maybe are older, and that will actually create more affordable housing. Or you could also look at the other way, which is you could, since we own the land, we could get rent for it, and we can use that money to replenish our housing fund. We could help so many more people than just the lucky few who happen to get on the lotto ticket to access these low income units. So I think we just have to think about how do we get the biggest return on investment. I think we want to make space for affordable housing, but I think we have to do it in a way that actually helps the most number of people versus just the lucky few who get the lotto ticket. The thing that I guess my last point here that I looked at is the cost on slide 11, and it's kind of surprising. 1.1 million units, $1.1 million per unit. I mean, that's just crazy expensive. I'm just trying to think of what are these units being made out of? Like, how big are they? How luxurious are they? Especially when the land was actually essentially free at maybe a nominal amount of cost. And so I think we have to figure this out. Like, again, I think a better way to do this is use market economics. I think my colleague who suggested senior housing is actually a good idea, or smaller market rate housing. Smaller units are naturally more affordable. I heard about a comment that studios, you can't have families, and that's simply not true. When my parents split, my sister and I lived with my mom, and we lived in a studio. It was a really old studio, and families will do that, right? And it was something that we could afford. And so I think the idea that a studio, one bedroom, won't attract families is simply not true. It's a great way for lower income families to actually get into an area that maybe they can't naturally afford. I think having market rate units also helps the city in terms of what a lot of these retailers want is shoppers. They want people shopping and buying stuff and dining out. And so this also creates people who will have more disposable income, perhaps. And like I said, this does create lower price housing from the older units in our city, increase more availability. So I guess I just want to implore my colleagues to just think about, how do we maximize the resources that we have? We only have so much land we can give. We only have so many dollars. And think about how do we use market forces to create even more affordable housing for people versus just the few that we have on this parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Lythcott-Haims.
I just put a Snickers in my mouth. I'm really sorry. Should be a commercial for Snickers.
Busted for Snickers.
Okay, thank you so much for such a rich conversation. I want to thank Councilmember Burt for the recitation of the tremendous progress recent colleagues, current colleagues have made in building affordable housing in this city. Once again, I applaud everybody who's been a part of that effort in recent years. And all that I wanted to add to that is I listened to us speaking about the teacher project here and the project for developmentally disabled people here and here, which I think are terrific. I just know there are a lot of people who never make the category. There are the utilities line workers, there are the grocers, there are the various people playing the various roles that a city requires, who are never going to get singled out for housing specifically for them. So I want to caution us against the narrow tailoring around specific jobs and categories of people beyond those we've already demonstrated a commitment to. I'm not saying it's not valid. I'm just saying there are innumerable groups when we start to really try to enumerate them. My own kid, for example, is an aide for kids with special needs at Hoover Elementary, and he lives with us. There are so many young people who graduated from Gunn and Pally and all of the high schools in the area who did everything right and yet can't afford a place to live. And really, regardless of what they're doing for a living, if they are earning a living, working a job, I want them to have a place to live. And so I hope that as we continue to explore what's going to happen in the downtown, that we will keep an eye on everybody in these income bands, even as we know there are specific categories, professions, and careers that we are really making a point to address, such as teachers and seniors and people with certain developmental challenges. Let's just keep an open mind about the people who aren't in those three buckets and trying to provide a place for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just kind of want to say something before I come back to you, Councilmember Burt, for your motion, that I very much align myself with what Vice Mayor Stone said, as well as what Councilmember Burt said, and also to some of the comments that Councilmember Tanaka made. So what it boils down to is, these city lots are public land, and they're the only ones that will actually be used for genuine affordable housing that is in perpetuity and affordable, where we will address the affordability factor rather than the hype of we need housing, and all types of housing. So we have an opportunity to focus on housing for seniors and housing for the developmentally disabled. Councilmember Burt named quite a few projects that is coming together, be it in entitlement or it's coming forward. But I do want to remind that the teacher housing is not in perpetuity. There is a time cutoff, although it will provide some affordability to teachers for the number of years that it's going to be there. So, I'm in support I've been in support of genuine affordable housing, especially on city land. But also, if these are public lands, I'm also open to it to be for city's workforce in order to make sure that we as a city stand behind our employees, as does the other establishments who should be standing behind their employees by ensuring that when they're building, that they provide housing for their employees as well, in addition to parking, right? I do want to say that the council should be extremely judicious about the city's available lands. It's scarce, and the needs should be examined carefully, be it city needs or community needs, and not be a reaction to unreasonable state unfunded mandates that have flaws in its methodologies as well as its merits. So also, I would like to see that when this does come back with more information, that we do address the downtown RPP permits and make a concerted effort to reduce those number of permits in the neighborhoods. Councilmember Burt already mentioned transit passes, and also the historical designation on Kipling, that, you know, there should be some design elements that we consider, especially massing. And he did mention the parking utilization rate. So I believe we had one before, but we should update that. Lastly, I just want to clarify Lot C. Where is Lot C? I think last time when I asked where was Lot A, I meant to say, where is Lot C?
It's the lot that's behind Avenidas.
Oh, that one?
Mhm.
You know, I would be interested to see it also being considered for senior housing. You know, somebody had mentioned, was it you, Ms. Irish? Also having a cafeteria, site for senior meals, the senior nutritional program. So anyways, Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So I'd like to move that we start with recommendation number 2, the staff proposal, and place that on the screen. And that is the focus on the Lot T. Okay, and under A, after it's 100% affordable housing, and then delete the balance and instead substitute up to the 80% AMI that qualifies for relevant tax credits. Okay, and then under B, add after density, evaluate up to 2 additional stories above current 50-foot height limit. With, oh wait. With the additional stories being set back from the street face. And then under C, it would be, oops, sorry. Parking parking, let's say evaluate parking on site that would be available for the affordable housing residents and potentially shared use for public purposes. And then a next sentence would be to pursue transit pass provisions for residents as well as other best practices in reduce single occupancy vehicle use. I think that captures the direction. I'll comment on a couple of the other issues if I have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. So I'll just add, I think that the concept of senior housing at Lot C is very intriguing and would be on my list of most likely next projects to explore. And so, but I kind of want us to focus right now on moving forward with this one. And then as we make that progress, we can look at the timing and what we're learning from this and pursue that senior housing concept, which I think is a very natural synergy with Avenidas and maybe even with La Comida having meals nearby long-term. So I think that that's very attractive. I deliberately did not include a response to staff proposed recommendation number 1. And what I was intending is by not responding, there's no direction to resume work. Yeah, city manager.
Yeah, on that point, did want to clarify our next steps as it would relate to the development of a parking structure. Councilmember Burt, as you pointed out, our baseline assumption is that the new parking structure would be funded with a combination of parking in lieu funds that are existing with the city, as well as whatever gap is necessary to fill using presumably city CIP funds. So our next step with that direction would be to review the prior work that was done and to bring back with the council, again, with the parameters that you set forth here and in consultation with the housing developers, what the actual gap would be, and to be able to give the council more specific information, including potential funding sources to cover that gap.
Yeah, and that portion that is filling a gap with general funds that are in the CIP is what I really do not support. I don't think we should be subsidizing downtown office developers with.
To be clear, this would be not inherently a subsidy. It would be to replace the parking that is currently on Lot T. There would be costs associated with that, as well as any incremental additional spaces.
Oh, you hadn't included that aspect. So, well, let me just add that in discussions with a leading commercial property owner and developer downtown, he expressed that he agrees there is no near-term need for additional parking downtown. He doesn't want to see those in lieu dollars spent otherwise, but there is not a need at this time to proceed with it because there simply isn't the demand for it. And so I'd like to see us focus on getting this project going, and then we can figure out where we go from there and see what has evolved, and is there additional demand for parking downtown or need to move forward on that Lot D. I think this focusing on getting this first project going and learning from it and making that happen as soon as possible and devoting our resources to that is what I'd like to see right now.
Madam Mayor, if council would oblige, would it be possible for us to have a short recess, to take a break?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. After this item, or would you like it now? Okay, let's finish up and we can go on a break. So I just appreciate that we can go forward and get started on what we have here. And, as much as I'd like to see Lot C included, I can hold off, as Council Member Byrd said. But we are going to need more traffic and parking analysis, not just from October 23, but looking pre-pandemic, but also with realization that, downtown is looking at retail and personal businesses and all that sort of revitalization. So we're going to need to understand what kind of traffic and parking analysis we need. I also understand that, Lot D, it was, it might be something that we might need to do, whether it's an urgency that we do it now or at a later time, or the next reiteration. Can you tell me?
So I appreciate all the comments that have been made and the perspectives. In addition, state law has a set of rules around in lieu fees, and our local courts have said that this parking in lieu fee is a development impact fee that has to comply with those rules. So coming up at the end of this year, we come to the end of a 5-year period where council needs to account for unspent funds. So state law does contemplate that funds that are collected from developers for infrastructure projects are used in some kind of timely way. And it is time for us to make those 5-year findings, and they do require the city to identify, if funds remain unspent, what project is contemplated, the timing around that, and the source of any additional funds that will be needed. So those are findings that you'll need to make in January. So if you choose not to build parking downtown, that's a perfectly appropriate policy choice, but it may have implications with respect to the retention of those parking in lieu fees that are currently in the city's possession.
So what do we have to do in order to go ahead and make the findings make the findings in January, or we need to make it now?
You will make them formally in January. You will accept a accounting report in December and then make findings in January. We were anticipating that out of this item tonight, the council would make a commitment to move forward with a parking project that would support those findings. If council is deciding to emphasize the housing, there are some other complications in terms of parking that would then go away from the use of a surface lot. So that's an issue to deal with that's separate from this state law certification. But we will have to look at how to make those findings in January. And so council just needs to understand there are choices and trade-offs in terms of those existing funds are not sufficient to build a facility. That's quite correct.
Yes.
They would need additional CIP funds. But it's also not the case that the city can retain them for long periods of time without an identified project.
With that, Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, thanks. So thanks for that clarification. And is it staff's concept that if we just continue with an evaluation of Lot D with no net loss in parking from a future structure that might be a combination of housing and parking, utilizing the in lieu funds, and then only having other funding to replace the loss of surface parking and not to have a net increase in parking beyond what could be paid for via the in lieu funds, that's what you're needing guidance on to meet that 5-year state standard?
Let me see if I understood you correctly, or let me offer this. Our parking in lieu program is based on the provision of additional parking resources. So those funds would not be available to replace
Understood.
other spaces that go away because of another city project.
And I think to supplement the city attorney's comments, to support the findings, that were described, we anticipate needing a project. So we would need to be making progress on the development and ultimately construction of a project.
Basically, are you also saying that if we give the direction to resume the work tonight, what, for the garage at Lot D, then you would come back with findings for us to determine what is the prudent thing to do at that point?
Oh, then if the council gave the direction to proceed with the garage that's designed and already subject to environmental review at Lot D, we would begin to do that. We believe we would be able to make those findings in January. We bring them forward for council to make them. They're very sort of straightforward, but in terms of the actual actions that council would take to begin the process of building the garage, that's a whole nother complicated
Okay.
set of decisions that we
So let
bring
me
forward at a later time.
modify the motion then on the basis of that clarification. And let's bring back up staff recommendation number 1, resuming work on a new parking structure. And then I want to add a condition. I think you can remove the and we'll start a new sentence. Or maybe it's not a new sentence grammatically, but I'll just say based on the premise that city funds for parking at this site would only be for the purpose of replacing lost surface parking. That seem reasonable? That works? Okay.
Yes, that would be.
So, right.
Go ahead.
Just to kind of maybe draw the connection between recommendation 1 and recommendation 2 that I think maybe isn't perfectly clear. And so setting aside the motion for a second. Oh, yes. How's that? So we have this concept of removing surface parking lots and replacing them with housing units. So when we do that, we would like to replace those lost parking spots somewhere, either as a ground floor and underground parking and the housing unit and housing units above, or offsite. Those are kind of the 2 possibilities. We also have this concern around AB 2097 and not being able to require parking for development within 1/2 mile of high quality public transit. And so we are trying to anticipate what parking demands might come from developments that do not include on-site parking. And then we also have this question about our in lieu fee funds, which are basically parking spaces that would have been required, but were not built because the developer had the ability to instead pay for the city to construct parking spots. So there's kind of 3 buckets of parking that could be filled using this, Lot D or whatever other parking structure that could result from this planning process. And so that's kind of the
so are you concerned about
thread between all of these different between the two recommendations?
Well, I hear that, but I'm trying to get a better clarity. Are you concerned about the prospective loss of surface parking on Lot T and that we have to replace that elsewhere? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Well, I think that
But isn't the last part of your motion for parking at this site would only be for the
Yeah, I
purpose.
didn't, the motion in one does not say replacing lost surface parking on this site.
No,
So
so
it
it's-
allows for addressing that concern, but doesn't provide stipulate it.
Understanding the motion, I think understanding also what the city attorney's office just described, we would be able to come back with number one as currently drafted, to come back to you with the math behind that as to how many spaces are provided, what's replacement, what's covered by parking in lieu, and allow the council then to make a decision, is that sufficient, or do you want to modify the basic plan for that garage accordingly?
Okay, so I think the way one is worded is adequate to give that latitude. And is seconder good with it?
I'm fine with it. I just appreciate what the city attorney's office has said, you know, they're also anticipating due to AB 2097 for many of the developers who do not provide the parking, that potentially, you know, city's going to have a take that on, but it's not part of this.
There are
so
various
it's-
ways to address that. I mean, you can do it through other on-street parking restrictions, and that you can't externalize the problem, and the developer would have to then park for their actual needs, hopefully.
Yeah.
And that AB 2097 doesn't mean that cities have to subsidize the parking for commercial offices and other development, because these developers can just externalize that cost. That would be a perversion of that law, but as written, I think in some circumstances, that's the way it will have its impact. Nevertheless, there's more than one way to skin that cat. And you know, our residential parking permit program, in a way, already forces that at least for commercial development, they can't really externalize that parking impact. And so let's worry about that in a deeper discussion at a later
for
time.
now, we have it in the motion.
And just to add one other policy consideration, we mentioned in the staff report, but it hadn't come up tonight, and so bringing it up now. Also taking into account potential changes to parking configurations along University Avenue when the council comes in and looks at the university streetscape project. So understand, of course, the concern about whether we need parking and this perception that maybe Lot D is just parking for parking's sake. But it is also a question about, okay, maybe it's more how we redistribute parking and how we account for what we think are going to be changes around people's behaviors and the availability and the ability to require parking in future development projects.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
okay, so that's going to be a deeper discussion at a later
Right.
date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Okay, I don't see any more lights. So Madam Clerk, will you please take our votes?
Sorry, Mayor, actually, I'm not going to vote yes on
Yeah,
two.
you didn't have your light on, so I'm sorry. Okay, just a minute. Councilmember Tanaka?
Sorry, yeah, well, okay, I guess let me just ask the maker, because maybe I could vote for two, but I doubt you're going to accept this, but I'll try. So for two, what I'd like to see here is for us to also do an analysis on if we actually did market rate housing here, smaller units, or perhaps even senior housing, the comparison of how many people could actually be helped doing it this way on this side versus perhaps using the money that we would have got from market rate housing to make other units more affordable. I was wondering if you might accept that.
No.
Okay, then Mayor, I'd like you to split this. I'll vote for one, but not two.
So we'll split the 1 and 2 for voting purposes.
next.
Thank you.
All right, I'll take the vote for,
Oh, I'm sorry. We have another light. Councilmember Liscott Hames.
I'm sorry to delay it, but I think it's important to have a conversation on this motion. My concern here is that our motion, I've heard the maker indicate a desire to have it be very narrowly tailored. And yet I'm looking at the proposals that were brought forth by Mid-Penn and Alta, and they were more expansive. Alta proposed building on 3 lots, and Mid-Penn proposed building on 5 to 7 lots. And this motion contemplates going forward with 1 lot in item 2. So my question for the maker is, would you be open to amending that first sentence to read development on city surface parking lot on Lytton/Kipling Lot T at 450 Lytton Avenue, comma, and elsewhere, comma, so that staff is not limited to only looking at Lot T?
Well, it would be at this point in time or elsewhere, not and. I don't think we should be trying to do a whole series all at once. We should, and we're going to need to continue to have a pipeline of projects over time. And we've all said we want to learn from this and look at what's going to work to maximize it on height and on-site parking and all that. So I'd be okay with or elsewhere in case one of the other sites emerges as a better choice than T.
Well, I appreciate that. I am agnostic as to whether T is the right place to start. My interest is in pursuing more than one at once.
Yeah.
I
think we've got our hands full. We've got, as I listed, we've got not only this, but 6 other affordable housing projects at different stages. And it's easy to kind of throw around, well, let's do a dozen, but these are big, complicated, expensive projects. Okay.
All right. We can go ahead and conduct the vote, please.
all right, taking the vote on number 1. Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
motion carries. For number 1, and then for number 2, Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
motion carries.
Thank you. And this concludes, well, I want to thank Mid-Penn for submitting your RFP and coming out tonight, as well as to Alta Housing for submitting the RFP coming out, and everybody that is here tonight. This concludes item number 8, and and we'll take a quick break. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, I believe our need for the break has resolved itself. So at the council's pleasure, we can finish your
So-
last item.
Does council need a quick break, or are we good to carry through? Okay, so our last site, because it's past, it's almost 11. Our last item is item number 10, which is to approve the amendments to the employment agreements between City of Palo Alto and council-appointed officers, specifically the city manager and city attorney, and adoption of amended resolution, amending the appointment term for interim city clerk through March 31, 2024, and salary adjustment. So do you council, my colleagues, want to continue on with this and finish this up? Council members?
I think it's pretty late. And also one of our colleagues is missing. I say we do it next time around.
Are you? So we have, so we will shoot for 15 minutes to complete this. Thank you. Please, Director Blanche.
Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members. I'm Sandra Blanche, HR Director. I have no presentation for you today, but I'm here available for any questions you may have.
Oh, that was the presentation. Okay. Shall we go to public comment, please?
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised.
All right, back to council. Any questions for staff? I see no questions. Well, in that case, basically, I just want to make sure the public knows that we're doing a merit increase for both city attorney and city manager. And we're extending the period for our interim city clerk and making sure that we have the salary adjustment over there. And so with that, I'm just going to head and move staff's recommendation. Thank you. Councilmember Burt, seconds. Oh, I'm sorry. I see a light from Councilmember Tanaka.
Actually, you guys could speak to it. I think you guys could speak to it first and then we can comment on it, right?
Oh, would you like to speak to you a second? I don't think I
Only
need
that
to.
these recommendations are based upon our closed session CAO review. And this is the public presentation of these recommendations.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I can't support number 2. I'll vote for number 1 and 3. And the reason why is because I think there needs to be more connection between pay and performance.
Okay, so we will separate 2 from 1 and 3.
Are we ready to proceed with the vote?
Yes, please.
All right. We're voting on 1 and 2. Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries. And taking the vote for number 3, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Koo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And with that, thank you, Ms. Blanche, and thank you, everybody. Have a good night. We're adjourned.
All right.